You want me to start over? Or?
No, you're good.
Okay. Lyon County allows the following alternatives for public comment. If you're attending the virtual Zoom meeting, public comment may be provided by raising your hand. Sorry, I had to make sure my mic was on. And requesting to provide public comment. This can occur in several ways, including by dialing *9 from your phone to raise your hand and request to speak for public comment. To unmute yourself, it's *6. You can also provide public comment for this meeting by sending an email to Aaron Lopez at elopez@lyon-county.org the day prior to the posted meeting date. Okay, today's agenda, action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item until it's properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers on silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. So please, folks, today we got a packed house. Turn your phones on silent, please. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner possible. It may be combined to consider, items may be combined for consideration and may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, or manner of the comments, but not restrict the comments based upon viewpoint. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon County Vector Control Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs GID Board, and during the meeting may also convene as any of those meetings as indicated on this or separately posted agenda. As a note, depending upon the board's flavor at the time, we may break for lunch between 11:30 and 1:30. Roll call. Everybody is present in chambers today. We'll have the invocation given by Matt Christensen of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Matt, you with us? All righty. Anybody else from the public want to lead us in an invocation? Okay. If Matt does show up, we will get him on. So let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Wes, you want to lead us?
Sure. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks. Okay, this time we'll go to public participation. Do we have any public participation at this point from anybody in the audience or on Zoom? Jeff, we got anybody out there?
Mr. Chair, I believe our invocation person just showed up.
Okay. Mr. Christensen.
We'll come to the podium.
Okay, we're going to go to the invocation. So everybody please rise.
Father, we are very grateful for this great country that we live in and for the relative peace and safety that we have. We're grateful for the good men and women that we live with in this community and in this county. We ask that in this meeting that everything can be civil and that those elected officials and those members of the public can keep the best interest of the community at heart, and that we can have a valid discourse and come up with a consensus that will aid everybody equally. Bless us all, Father, as we strive to love thee and to respect those around us. We ask for these things in thy holy name, even Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Sorry. All right, for possible review and action, review and adoption of the agenda. We do have 2 time certain items. There is one item I would like to take out of order today. I'd like to actually do that first before we get to the time certains. The Vidler water issue, and I'm trying to find out what number it is.
15 something. Yeah,
15A. Okay, so that's my recommendation for change to the agenda. Anybody else have any changes? And look for a motion to approve it with change.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented with the change as item 14A to be heard first.
I hope you meant Mr. Chair, correct?
Madam Chair.
He did.
Is there something I don't know about myself?
Old habits are hard to break.
True. Okay, so we have a motion. Any seconds?
Second.
I got a motion, a
Sorry, I
second.
got tied up with the whole matter.
All time, so did I. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right. So at this time, we're going to go to item 15A, for possible action. Biddler Water Company Incorporated River Ranch merger and re-subdivision. Tentative subdivision map, request for merger and re-subdivision, tentative subdivision map for 3 parcels totaling 166.87 acres to create a 49 lot, single family residential development on approximately 62.8 acres with remainder parcel A approximately 20.9 acres and remainder parcel B approximately 83.1 acres within the RR1 first rural residential 1 acre minimum zoning district, generally located between Comstock Road and Sutro Road, south of the Carson River, Dayton, Nevada, APN 016-022-19, APN 016-022-31, and APN 016-022-32, PLZ 2021-116. Okay, who's presenting on this one?
Mr. Chair, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. Mr. Faisal will be presenting, but I do want to notify the board that in your packet advises that the applicant has requested a continuance pursuant to NRS 278. Both parties have to concur with the continuance. So if the board chooses to authorize that today, there'll be a motion to continue until the first meeting in April.
Okay.
Or we're in March, right? Yeah, first meeting in April. And then we'll hear to that time. If the board chooses not to continue it, then we'll go to the full public hearing today.
Okay, so we have a request to continue. Anybody want to make a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue the item until the first meeting in April.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. Any discussion on the board? Any public comment on the proposal to continue it till the April meeting? So this is not public comment on the actual biddler issue. It's just on their request to move it to the first meeting in April. Okay, seeing no comments from the board or the public, when I take the vote, all in favor of continuance, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so it passes, and we will hear this issue in the first meeting in April. So look forward to seeing you guys then. Thank you. Okay, backing up.
Mr. Chair, would you go back to public comment because we did not get an opportunity to clarify if anybody wanted to make anything public comment.
Okay, I did call. I didn't see anybody, and I didn't hear anything from you. So is there any public comment on that issue? On the continuance issue?
No, sir.
No,
I meant public comment in general.
you didn't ask.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For anything that wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I read that. So we're gonna go back to general item number 4, public participation. Is there any public participation for anything that's not agendized today? Okay, seeing none in the audience and seeing none on Zoom, we are going to go on to item number 7, presentation of awards and or recognition of accomplishments. Do we have any awards today?
We have so many.
7A, presentation only. Presentation, Lyon County Sheriff's Office Special Investigations Unit with a unit citation for their outstanding performance for the year 2020, 2021. And we will turn this one over to the sheriff.
Sheriff Frank Honeywell for the record. Thanks everybody for being here. Thank you all my backup crew for being here. So I'm not going to make this really long drawn out, but I have a group of individuals here that are going to receive an award for a unit citation ribbon for the phenomenal work that they've done over the last couple of years, and they continue to do today. Some of these guys have moved. They're not necessarily assigned to the unit today, but just going to kind of give you a little definition of a unit citation ribbon. It's awarded to all individuals whose actions through a team effort were performed in a noteworthy manner to ensure the accomplishment of a high-profile incident. And the ribbon colors are red, white, and blue. The last commission meeting we had in Silver Springs, I put some of these guys' accolades into that presentation. You guys are looking at it. I'm not going to go through and read every single one of these. I can tell you that for a small group of individuals, these guys have done a phenomenal job. Sometimes they're not recognized for their efforts quite as soon. This one's dating back a little bit. My current supervisor in charge of these guys right now wrote up this proposal, Acting Sergeant Marty Dews, and I supported 110%. And I'm going to have 3 of the 4 guys and I mentioned in this come up here because Deputy Jonathan Tripp was a 4th member, and I just talked to him this morning and says, hey, you going to be here? Because he was going to be here. He now since works for Carson City, but he goes, oh, I just dropped my kids off to school. I'm not going to make it. So I said, that's okay. So he won't be here, but I'd like to have Deputy Ty Joyner, Deputy Gabe Santos, and Deputy Wayne Hawley, please come up here. Very good, right there. So currently Deputy Joyner is still working in SIU. Deputy Hawley still working in SIU. Normally they don't look this pretty. And then Deputy Santos was in SIU, and because of some of our staffing shortages we had and everything, we had to pull him back out of there and stick him on patrol. Hopefully in the future, as we build some of these staffing concerns back up again, I'm going to put Mr. Santos back in with these guys because they do a phenomenal job. And I can't say enough. I mean, they've been involved in a lot of cases that like I alluded to before, that encompass areas around Lyon County, but they all have ties to Lyon County. And for a small group of individuals, I mean, I can't say enough about them. I mean, they never say no. They're there all the time. Wayne's one of our canine handlers, and him and Boris are doing a lot of work helping the marshals and Reno and some of those other people out. So on that note, I just want to say congratulations and thank you to everybody that came to support these guys. Hey, go back to work.
You guys will, time out there, Sheriff, time out there. Do you guys want to do a picture? It's up to you. I'll come down and take a picture with you guys like. Okay.
Your daughter must be 20s.
Better door in the window.
Gabriel, okay.
Well, thank you.
These guys made us. That's the class of this picture.
All right, we're moving. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys for all the hard work and
Reach finish. I guess original.
Aaron, do you happen to have a pair of readers around anywhere, reader glasses? I'm getting old. All right. I ran off that mine this morning.
It's okay.
Thank you. I'm dying here. There we go. All right, what time is it? Okay, so now we will we'll go on to item number 8, commissioners' comments, and we will start with Mr. Jacobson.
All right, well, I'm sitting on the end. Right? Attended a public lands meeting. Found that very interesting, and just a lot of questions about where some of the money is going, what we're going to be doing, and so it seemed like there's more questions than answers. Attended, very fortunate to get an invite from Mr. Crowder to attend the Mesa Valley Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year. what an exceptional event. And I believe, just going off memory here, but that club serves over 1,200 youth in mostly Lyon County and Mineral County. And my hats are off to them, and what a great job they do, and just very well organized. And I know it had to be postponed with COVID, but the kids did an outstanding job of performing, and they did a great job of recognizing a lot of wonderful individuals. I do want to give a great big shout out to the Dayton Chamber of Commerce. They were there, basically their Youth of the Year for helping raise money for that Dayton club. Spur of the moment, and it looks like they're unbelievable people. They came over in a party bus, I believe, and they had a big time, and they did a great job of raising money for that area's Boys and Girls Club. Attended the HUD Day presentation last night in Smith Valley. Obviously, there was great concern by the residents about how that may change their community, and what that may look like, about how they did a great job of standing there and taking some of the blows and answering the questions to the best of their ability. And then, of course, there was just a lot of questions they couldn't answer yet, but I thought that was a wonderful evening where the residents got to voice concerns and be a part of those discussions. And so I think that's a great thing to do. When there's controversy, is to involve the public in such a matter in the beginning stages. And so I want to thank the Smith Valley Advisory Board for setting that up, having them come in and then opening, of course, the doors to talking to Commissioner Hockaday. It sounds like there was capacity was 200 and he counted 199. So we were good on that. We won't have to have the DA looking into any improprieties on our end. So that's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice.
I'm not used to that one either.
I thought I'd throw you for a curve.
Yes. Anyways, well, to tag on, I was also at the Boys and Girls Club dinner on Saturday night, and I haven't attended every year, but I've attended several years to their dinner, and it's always been a great dinner. It's always been a good time. But I mean, they're getting that program down pretty tight. I think Jeff would agree. Great presentations. The kids, everybody that volunteers, it's just awesome what they accomplish in Lyon County. They did recognize the Dayton Chamber as well as Lyon County during COVID, so that they were able to get their Dayton Center up and running. I do believe Jeff has a plaque he's hiding somewhere. So moving on, I attended the Naco Board of Directors meeting on Friday. I'm not going to get into the weeds. I know the summary report went out. It was mostly presentations and something that this board had already talked about. And, you know, that's, you know, the One Nevada agreement, and all the counties have to get all their information in. But I just wanted to point out that it's that time already. We're having our first legislative committee meeting on March 18th. So just kind of a heads up, we're already thinking that direction. So other than that, so we don't tie up the whole morning, I'll just pass it along and say good morning to everybody.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is that? So how do you Mr. from now on? Okay. I also attended the Naco Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee meeting last Friday. Glad to see Commissioner Jacobson on line too, get him involved in this. And he pretty much summed it up, and the consensus of the people who actually went back to DC for the National Naco Conference came back with the report that the federal government's got a whole lot of money to give away. They just don't know who or why. So stay tuned. We'll figure that out. Still following possible amendments to the EPA and to waters in the United States, but I have nothing to report on that. Attended the Mountain House Advisory Board meeting Tuesday night. Former Commissioner Hastings, who's now the Senior Supervisor for Dayton, was there and gave a good presentation on what our Human Services Department does. And of course, they're still interested in a building community center for them. Attended the Dayton Regional Advisory Board last night, and Ms. Holmes was there and gave a presentation on human services and did an outstanding job. And again, I'm just so impressed with our human services staff. On the Dayton Regional Advisory Board, there was an agenda item for the master plan amendment for the Dayton government complex. There seemed to be some confusion on the board. They weren't sure what the agenda item was, and they would have liked, you know, a little more of a presentation on that, but it didn't happen. And that's really all I have at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did attend the Youth of the Year, and as part of my past experience being a school teacher in public school system, I'm very proud of individuals that can get up in front of a big crowd and make a presentation and also entertain the crowd. It was very amazing to see these young kids get up there and actually present themselves in an outstanding, positive manner. And of course, I've attended a whole bunch of other meetings too. I'm going to sidestep that because I do appreciate the staff being in Smith Valley last night for the Smith Valley Civilian Advisory Board meeting. I was signed for the multipurpose room at the school, and I certainly did not want to go over the capacity of 200, but I can tell you that it was standing room only. And the slings and arrows were kind of withheld a little bit. Thank you to Jeff for giving presentation at the beginning, and also our chair, Tosca Renner, for running an excellent meeting and keeping it under control. I only had to talk to one person that if he continued, I would throw him out. So they immediately complied. I do want to make a comment. I don't like making comments about public comments. I did not make a comment last night, but I feel like it's necessary for me to defend the group of commissioners up here and everybody else that's an advisory on advisory boards, planning commission. We are not a corrupt group of individuals. We live in the community. We like the community the way they happen to be. We know that we have things that we must do according to law, according to our master plan, according to our regulations, both state and federal. Many times we want to vote against simple things like 200 or 300 homes being developed in our community, but we can't. We're required by law to do the right thing. We do not get together as a group because of the open meeting law and figure out how we're going to shaft the public. And the comment last night was basically, we are out there to do whatever we can to take money from people in our communities and use it for whatever the county wants to, some weird idea. Everybody has their own ideas, and I can appreciate that. I really do believe in freedom of speech. But when you attack people for things that you don't know about, then I do believe as commissioners and representatives of your government that we have a right to speak back and say, I'm not a corrupt individual. I'm not doing things behind closed doors. We can't by law. Wouldn't do it anyway. I'll just leave you with this. In the military, my nickname was brutally honest. Not because I was mean to people, because I didn't believe in lying to people. Yeah, I got in trouble a lot from my bosses for saying things to my troops that were the truth, even though my bosses said, don't tell them anything like that. I'm not going to sit up here and be a puppet for anybody, and I'm not going to be accused of it. So very, very angry at the comment, but I just kind of kept it calm last night. I do appreciate that Mr. Jacobson was there, and checking out on what's going on in Smith Valley. But I can tell you this, in Smith Valley, when you rile stuff up, you're going to get a crowd. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Usually don't get too upset about stuff, but boy, I was burning last night till midnight.
Thank you. It's very well said. Very well said. A couple of issues. One, I want to thank Travis and Boys and Girls Club. They are an outstanding organization. One of the few pseudo government entities that I could think of where we get so much more in return than we put in. Our families that are allowed to be able to go to work, contribute to society, kids have a safe place to go, learn, play, interact, and do the things they need to do as kids in a safe environment. I couldn't make the dinner the other night. I wish I had. It was just, a schedule conflict. Had they had it the first time, I was going to make it, but I could not make it then. So hats off to you guys and hats off to the youth of the year. Second issue, I just want to touch on Commissioner Hockaday's comments. There is not one person up here that does not, and I can only speak for this group because I know them very personally, that does not take their oath to the public seriously. We are first and foremost citizens and residents of this county. We love our county. There are things we would love to vote against, but we've also got to balance that against the Constitution. And I can tell you, there are two commissioners sitting up here right now that were faced with an ethical dilemma just this past week. It was legal, but the appearance, or even if it had never come to public light, just the thought of doing that didn't sit well with us. And it was not a backroom deal. It was nothing like that. It was the DA got a call on it right away, right after it happened. I can tell you, without exception, this board acts in the public's best interest, not in the county's best interest, not in our best interest, but the public's. And I dare anybody to challenge that, because we don't do backroom deals. There was a time, we all know there was a time, in this county and in our government, and it probably still happens to some extent throughout government. But, I can tell you in this county, the backroom deals, at least at this level, they don't happen anymore. If we even think we're getting anywhere near an open meeting law violation or an ethics violation, we start throwing the red flags down on ourselves. Say, we got to back off. We don't want this. We can't have this. It's going to taint your trust in us, and it's going to taint our integrity. And to me, that's very, I don't have much in life. I'm not a rich guy. I've got my wife, my kids, and my integrity, and my integrity means a lot to me. So, just really know that when those comments are made, that it hurts personally. And I thank you, Commissioner Hockaday, for doing that. And again, to my board, like I said, I know this board, their ethics are beyond reproach. So thank you, guys. I've got nothing else.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, public at large, Jeff Page, County Manager, for the record. So I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to talk about the lands bill. So first and foremost, there isn't one. Nothing's been documented. In fact, tomorrow, Mr. Haskin and I are going to be meeting with our contractor to go over how we're going to schedule public workshops, take a look at the first draft of what mapping looks like, and start moving forward from there. Both Commissioner Gray and Commissioner Hockaday discussed public perception or public comment in regards to corruption. I was asked by 2 or 3 people last night why appointed staff doesn't have to follow the open meeting law, and why isn't everything we do public decision. So I asked them specifically what they were talking about. Well, you had this meeting with stakeholders. Nobody in Smith Valley knew about it. So I went back to the email list. There were several people in Smith Valley who are property owners, government officials, fire chiefs, health officers that were invited to that stakeholder. The stakeholders meeting, nothing happened other than, here's what the process requires. And please, if you're looking for something that you need for your operation, submit it to RCI. That was the content. We sent out an email to one of the gentlemen who was very vocal and gave him the minutes of that meeting. The lands bill process moving forward from today, based upon our meeting tomorrow, we will start to begin scheduling public workshops. We are not using the advisory board process, because advisory board process, as you saw last night, doesn't give the public, in many instances, an opportunity to ask the questions they need to ask or have the conversations they need to have because of time limits. So we're going to do a workshop scenario similar to a BLM, Forest Service, EPA scoping meeting, where we'll have a room like this, put up a variety of posters and maps so people can go around the room and look. We'll provide them with comment cards so they can comment on stuff. We'll have staff present and RCI present to answer any questions that the public may have. Then we'll compile all that information into a consolidated document based upon the number of workshops we have. And as I explained to the public last night, we are scheduled for 4 workshops, 1 in each geographic location. If we need to do more than that, then we'll come to the board and ask the board for authorization to do more than that to and enhance the scope of the contract with RCI. We're not trying to hide anything. Well, and the other comment was made is, well, the board approved a resolution in 2020 and you didn't do anything until 2021. What are you hiding? We had a little problem between 2020, 2021. It's called COVID. And I realize that many people don't understand, but for the last 2 years, 60% of my job has been dealing with COVID as the emergency manager. So there's just a number of irons in the fire that are red hot now because we didn't deal with it. And so we're moving forward to get that done. And so I want the board to understand that the process is, we've been very open and transparent with everything we do. When we have leadership team meetings, no, they're not public meetings. It's an opportunity for my team, elected and appointed officials, to have conversations about what's going on, come up with solutions to problems so we can bring potential solutions to the board for action. And it's no secret, many times those proposed solutions die 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0. You guys have decided that you want to do something different. That is the system that we live in. That is how it's supposed to operate. So, because one of the comments was made is, well, they just do whatever you want them to do. Like, have you read the minutes at all in the last 12 years?
Can we have them join you and your office with us sometime?
Yeah. So I'll get off of that. I do want to talk about Youth of the Year. Commissioner Keller is correct. I've been going to those for many, many years. My number 2 son was actually Youth of the Year twice, way back when. And there used to be a luncheon. It would start at 11:30 and be there till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They used to have a keynote speaker. They used to have all this stuff. It was very well done. It was focused on the youth, no keynote speaker. They have started a process of issuing awards to certain people in the community for their support of the Boys and Girls Club. We received an award of appreciation that's sitting here on the desk. Specifically addressing what we did last year with CARES funding to help get the Dayton, but also for, since 2008, the partnership that we've had with the Boys and Girls Club. If you don't know, in 2008, we began the process of laying off employees. The first thing we cut was after school recreation program. And we laid off, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 part-time employees in 2008, 2009. The Boys and Girls Club stepped up and took over. And I will tell you, from my perspective as a fiscal conservative person, their return on investment is much greater than our return on investment. They know how to do it. We kind of thought. There's no way in the world that the county can provide 5 days a week from 6 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, the services that the Boys and Girls Club provides. So they did a phenomenal job. And because again, public perception, well, whatever the club wants, you guys do. No, we've had some serious knockdown conversations about, if you want to come ask the board for this, go right ahead, but I'm not coming to the meeting because they're going to say no. We've had those hard conversations, but it's been a great partnership to deal with our youth, to help reduce juvenile crime, to provide a safe place for kids to go after school in the summer. My only regret is that, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I hope we can get to the point in time with the Boys and Girls Club that it's a 7-day-a-week operation for those families who are now working on weekends and they have Tuesday, Thursday off, or however that works. But that's down the road. You will see today an item on the agenda in regards to the bail hearings. I don't want to go into great detail, but I do want to thank all 3 justices of the peace, the district attorney, the public defender's office, and the sheriff's office. First time in my history as county manager that we're able to get all those people, those type A personalities, every single one of them, to agree on anything, but to agree on the process we're going to follow and then ask that it be put in a form of a memorandum of understanding for everybody to sign so nobody forgets what's going to happen. So very impressed with all those entities. It went very well. China Springs, as I've reported before, is one of our youth facilities in Douglas County. It was created under a statute. We are taxed for it. Every county in the state's taxed for it, with the exception of Clark. Last year, the state legislature whacked their funding for the operation. So they have put together a projected budget for this fiscal year, current fiscal year. They'll be okay. Next fiscal year, they may have to shut down some programs if they don't get funding. So I anticipate that they're going to be sending a letter out to all the counties who participate. Are you willing to provide? Here's the formula we're using. Here's what we're considering. So you may see a budget request. I have no idea what the dollar amount will be to keep the camp at operational level where it's at today and not have to cut any of the programs. On a positive note, I wasn't part of this meeting. Mr. Foley brought it to my attention yesterday, I believe. Staff, Aaron, folks from the clerk's office and planning, we're looking at agenda software and upgrading our agenda software. They met with the company yesterday, I believe it was, and they commented on the lady that was doing the presentation, explained that she'd been in local government for 19 years, and she was very impressed that the Board of County Commissioners recognizes employees on their agenda as part of the meeting process. She had not seen that anywhere across the country with the clients that they represent. So actually kudos to former Commissioner Joe Mortensen, who requested that be put on the agenda as a standing item, but kudos to the board for following through and recognizing our employees. Other than that, things are running smoothly. As Commissioner Keller stated, we're getting into the silly season and getting ready for legislature. So I was gonna say elections, but I didn't say that. We are
It's a double silly season.
part of the process that we're working on with China Springs is, now that we have the governance piece taken care of, is working on a bill draft to figure out how we address funding for China Springs or other youth camps throughout the state. I mean, there are some discussions that maybe it's time to regionalize some of these youth camps. You know, a variety of things that we can do to address some of these situations. So you will anticipate either through Naco or through my report, seeing some form of legislative proposals on how we're going to address China Springs Youth Camp. Other than that, it's been business as usual. I do thank Commissioner Hockaday, Dr. Titus, and a couple of other citizens of Smith Valley for participating on the tour with HUD Bay yesterday. We looked at the ground that actually going to potentially build this mine. I can tell you that from what I saw, you can't see the actual mine from anywhere in Smith Valley unless you're clear up north and directly due west. But I do appreciate everybody taking time out, and you know, it was unfortunate that it was such a beautiful day, and I'm really sorry that we had to have such a great, beautiful day to be outside outdoors. But it was very informative and very beneficial, I think, for the people that were there to see exactly what it is that they're looking at proposing. And we'll have more to report on that. I anticipate that HUD Bay will eventually come into the board and the city council and the school board to do their same presentation they did last night. So everybody's aware. They're trying to get out in front of this as to what they want to do. I'm not here to as a proponent or opponent to their operation. It's just nice when you have a very controversial business willing to come forward and say, here's what we are. And you know, there was no misinformation from them. It was, you know, somebody asked, are you going to fill in the hole when you're done? The answer was no. So they're very, very open. So with that, I'll entertain any questions or comments you may have.
Two quick questions. At the risk of sounding like a former commissioner, water, how much water are they planning on using for their operation on an annual basis?
So they have an option to purchase 8,000 acre feet, which when it's change over to the use they're using for, will be about 6,000 acre feet. They anticipate, based upon what they have right now, they're not even in a feasibility study, but right now they're looking at between 6,000 and 17,000 acre feet annually that they'll have to use. If they purchase the 8,000 acre feet, that's water that's already being utilized now in a agricultural setting. So it doesn't affect the aquifer any because it's already being utilized.
But it affects agriculture, which is one of our economic engines in the county.
Maybe that's one of the issues they're researching is it appears from the Army Corps of Engineers that their operation is in a different aquifer than the majority of Smith Valley, but they're going to verify that through the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you. I passed the second one. Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Page, correct me if I'm wrong, but back to the Youth of the Year, it seems like the annual membership for each kid is $10.
Correct. Has been
And
that
that-
way since they opened the door.
So, and a large part of that is because of the proceeds they net from Night in the Country. So when you provide a year-long program like the Boys and Girls Club for $10 a year, you can't get a magazine subscription for $10 a month. So just, I want to say on the record, I will always support Night in the Country because that's their number one fundraiser, and that supports not quite 1,200 youth in Lyon County. Thank you, sir.
And just speaking of Night in the Country, so one of the other things is, I believe it's in North Carolina. They reached out to Night in the Country because it's its own entity. And they are now producing 2 Night in the Countries. One is here and one is in North Carolina. The one here, for the millions of dollars that everybody thinks they get from Night in the Country, it costs millions of dollars to put that on. They, after the bills are paid, they net between $700,000 and $750,000 from a Night in the Country event. Take that by 4 different facilities, staffing, programming, it goes very quickly. Try to run our operation. Try to run the sheriff's office. That's about the number of employees they probably have, off $750,000.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Jeff, you brought up the BLM and the Forest Service. Any update on when we're going to get them in front of us for a presentation?
So couple of schools of thought on how we're going to do that. Because initially I was just going to bring them in for a board meeting and do a presentation. But as we have experienced that when we have those, it tends to drag things on and getting business done. So and I haven't talked with staff yet. One of the things I thought maybe we might do is once we have maps in place and we do a workshop with the board on the public landfill process, have BLM and Forest Service at that time be there to discuss what they do. And we all focus everything on public lands, that particular. So we're trying to get some of that addressed, and because I don't want to, it's not that our meetings go long, it's just that I can see after somebody does an hour presentation on something, and then we get to a controversial item, and I can see across the room I need a donut look in my eyes and a cup of coffee, and I don't want the board getting over inundated with stuff that when we have. It seems since January that we haven't had an agenda yet that it's routine business. It's generally something controversial, and I'm trying to keep it so that we can deal with the controversial issues and then consolidate some of these nicer things into a workshop scenario so that the board has more freedom to ask questions and they're not feeling like they're pushed to get to the agenda.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make sure you're still on your radar,
Yeah, no,
because
it's on the radar. Same thing with the emergency management, where we were struggling with getting some of the state folks, so we're still working on scheduling that.
yeah, because with the new administration and possible changes to land management practices, I think it's really important in our county. So, thank you.
Any further questions for County Manager?
This,
Commissioner Lockhart.
yeah, Mr. Page, one of the things that was brought up to me after the meeting was over was that there was somewhat of a contradictory discussion, and that was that when a mining company digs a hole, does any disturbing of the soil, that they would then reclaim. They would go ahead and fill the hole back in and revegetate. But then the comment was also made that when the hole is dug, it's going to be a big hole. That didn't quite go over with some of the people who were there, and I heard about it when people were leaving. So I would really like to get that cleared up. If they're not going to go ahead and bury the big hole when they're done, the 0.4 of a mile deep hole by 1.2 miles by 1.4 miles. It's a big hole. I understand they don't want to bring everything back and fill it in, but just make sure you get something in there where they are not quite contradictory. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Page. We'll
Thank
go to
you.
our 9:30 time certain right now. Sheriff Honeywell. Item 6A, presentation possible and put those glasses on. Presentation of possible future mounted patrol unit for the Lyon County Sheriff's Office, introduction to program and how it will work and be best set up.
Sheriff Frank Honeywell for the record. I have Deputy Mark Linehan here with me today. This is just a presentation on a project that we got going. Hopefully it fosters some questions. We've had quite a few questions since we first mentioned this. Deputy Linehan has done a phenomenal job of putting this together and answering those questions. Just a little background on him. He used to work for the military police at Pickle Meadows. He's the one that started their horse program at the Marine base in Pickle Meadows. So he's got quite a bit of experience with that aspect of it. So it's not something that's shooting in the dark. One thing that I try to do is when somebody comes to me with an idea, I tell them simply, okay, give me a proposal, see how we're going to make this work. And this is something that Deputy Linehan took upon himself, did. It wasn't something created by me or anybody else in my command staff. And we try to advocate a lot of those ideas from deputy sergeants, lieutenants, or whatever. If it's something that we think is logistically could benefit this county in the long run, benefit the sheriff's department in the long run. And I'm not going to take much more time from him, but our goal today is just kind of give you guys an introduction to this. We're still working through it. It's not something I'm going to come back tomorrow and say, guess what we're doing tomorrow. But we're working through the process and trying to get it going and see if it's something that's going to benefit us and the county as a whole. So other than that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Linehan.
Thank you, I appreciate it. My name is Mark Linehan. As obviously I'm a deputy with the Lyon County Sheriff's Department, and I'm here to speak on the fact that this is a very important topic for community policing. I honestly believe that law enforcement's kind of phased away from community policing, gone into more of a direction of, we're out there rolling around cars, slipping around, doing answering calls left and right. I honestly believe that the community policing is getting out to know your neighbors, getting neighbors to meet each other. So with that, for a mission statement, for a mission statement of the Lyon County Sheriff's Mounted Patrol Unit is representation of the Sheriff's Office while on horseback as ambassadors of goodwill to build and strengthen the community partnerships and deter criminal activity through high visibility engagement. Why a mounted patrol? There are three main reasons why you want to have a mounted patrol. Would be in community engagement combined with high visibility neighborhood patrols, crowd management, special events, and search and rescue. So with community engagement, there's no better tool for the community in policing and engaging the public than patrolling on horseback. No one really wants to go out and pet a police car, right? They see the horses come through their community and they want to automatically come out and talk to the law enforcement officers that are riding those horses because they're interested. It's something they see as different. Normally when a police officer goes through the neighborhood, they're going at the speed limit through the neighborhood in a patrol car. This takes the opportunity for the community business owners and everything to come out and speak to those officers to get to know the law enforcement department that's in their area. Okay, with the Lyon County Sheriff's Mounted Patrol Unit, patrols, we counted, of course, through the county-wide throughout the year, make special appearances for those requesting a visit called, which I would like to call community corrals. So if anybody in the community wants to come up and want information about, we can go to that community, wherever it may be, and have a community corral, which is basically an education time for the students, for children, for the parents that are coming out with that. It's also an opportunity for the community to get together and actually just talk, hang out, get to pet the horse, get to know who the officers are. And I believe that's going to be a stronger, because if you look at law enforcement, if I go to your house in the middle of the night and it's a bad situation in your worst nighttime, and I have children sitting there, if the children know who we are and get to see a friendly face, such as horse mounted law enforcement officers, then that makes things easier for them on their bad night. When I go to a house and I'm talking to 4 or 5 kids, they know who I am or have an understanding who we are based through this program, then they're going to be a little more at ease on their dark night. So a little bit of the history that we have for mounted. So back in the, no one really understands when law enforcement started riding horses or when horses were used in law enforcement. But as far back as goes as King Charles Zarville's war back in 1629, that's when they first started to recognize the first documentation of horses used in some sort of law enforcement. Beyond that, in the 1820s, London started a horse patrol, basically to travel the outskirts roads for what they would consider highwaymen or robbery. During that time, they would ride around and basically protect the community on those long roads. Since then, Australia started to do it, as well as Texas, with the implementation of the Texas Rangers. So the role of the mounted police has changed more to a crowd patrol nowadays, and I'm sure with the current history or current times we have right now with the Canadian issues with the mounted officers at that time. It's been basically done with a crowd control in the 19th century due to increase of social disorder and rioting. Instead of just patrolling the roads heading to throughout London or anywhere else behind it, duty patrol, mounted patrols by 1910 included patrolling common lands, controlling and strike breaking violence, and other horsemen escorting members of monarchy. During 1919, mounted branch of Metropolitan Branch was recognized as a model resembling today's branch. In addition to London, other towns and cities were within England adopted the type of unit to supplement the police patrols. So in the United States, in the 1800s, like I said before, in the frontiers, the Texas Rangers started this. And they pushed through and were able to formulate and come up with ideas of law enforcement be able to speed around faster than just on foot. Now, understanding this might be due to the economy. Recent economies provide to be a severe threat to the police mounted units. As a result of budget cuts due to global recession, numerous mounted units in the cities around the United States have been disbanded or downsized in the 2010s. In under a decade, a number of mounted units went from over 300 full-time mounted units to fewer than 100. New officers and 60 horses in 2011 down to 130 officers and 125 horses. Has been severely downsized. That's what come about with the volunteer style units instead of paid units. Volunteer units, Burbank Police Department started a mounted unit and was received in 1995 as an experimental basis, primarily for ceremonial occasions. The mounted unit members have the primary assignments are selected on a volunteer basis. The volunteer cadre provide their own horse and equipment while assigned to the detail. The officers and the horses are constantly trained in order to gain additional expertise in dealing with crowd control issues and public appearances. Once both the officer and the horses were certified, they were then used in a variety of details. You may see them at Fire Police Service Days, National Night Out, the Hoof and Wolf events, teaching safety in our local schools and instructing at regional occupational programs throughout that Burbank area. The unit is self-supporting, so an ongoing cost related to the care and the feeding of the horses were reasonably for the individuals and the members. Boulder City Police down in Southern Nevada there was one of the finest mounted units in the United States, but is a stellar development nonprofit mounted police unit program led by a dedicated veteran officer down there who has been a resident of that city for more than 18 years. Has been committed himself in serving that community in that department for better and continued positive growth. They have designed and created and developed one of the most elite mounted police models in today's law enforcement. Now been called upon law enforcement agencies abroad for their knowledge and assistance in helping to develop the mounted police units for those agencies. Boulder City Mounted Police have accomplished this extraordinary task over the years without financial support or aid from the department or that of the city of Boulder. It has been done solely through donations and made to this nonprofit unit. The mounted patrol unit is utilized in the Las Vegas Strip on New Year's Eve and at other large events across that valley. Boulder City now is the only mounted patrol unit in Southern Nevada. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police disbanded their unit due to COVID and basically gave up some of their ambulance to other departments and other agencies. So now Boulder City patrols the streets of Las Vegas. So I'll share in common is realization that law enforcement is the first mode of travel with the horse. It remains a valuable resource today. Lyon County Sheriff's Mounted Patrol plans to follow the Mounted Patrol model the Boulder City Police Department has established. The LSO Mounted Patrol will be used for personal horses and their equipment. The green sheriff pad that we will be wearing. The pad that we'll be wearing under our saddles will be something that will be done through donations and personal expenses. Lyon County Sheriff's Office Mounted Patrol basic premise for our occupation hasn't changed from the days when the first cops took oath to protect and serve. We just do it with the height of 10 feet and 120-pound partner. How can we stay focused on our mission in this modern age? Our job is to keep our units and ourselves relevant and plugged into the modern policing. We have to make sure and command staff understand that mounted units do what we do and how we benefit our communities, and how we can make our units cost effective. So the Mounted Patrol is constantly strive to become a better equestrians. We'll take pride in our mounts to keep our horses presentable. If you ride a horse, there's a good chance you're in close in some kind of horse community. Be ready to answer questions from the public. Once I saw a mounted police officer with the spurs upside down, needless to say, he did not leave a favorable impression. Mounted patrol units are like any other specialized unit within departments. Units come and go if we don't keep them relevant to the mission of our departments. Our agency has chosen to maintain a donated, self-funded mounted patrol unit among our ranks and just get paid to ride our horses at special events. The mounted patrol will be given a proper return on the investment by being professional, being proactive, and above all, being proud to represent our county. So to go in a little bit about the training, I'm sure I'll have some questions as to liability if a horse should kick someone or run over someone, as we've seen recently on TV. So with training, all these animals, or what we call desensitizing our animals, we introduce them to anybody that should run behind them. We introduce them to fireworks going off, gunfire, lights, sirens, noise of the crowd. For instance, night in the country, loud music, stuff like that. Once you introduce these animals to doing these things, it becomes nature to them. It becomes natural to them. And what do they end up doing is when somebody does run up behind them, they don't tend to strike or freak out and butt, kick, and run off. They tend to look for the rider as their partner as an answer to what do I need to do? So going through this type of training, what we would end up doing is we get a crowd control, such as Night in the Country. We already employ Carson City Mounted Enforcement. They come in and do it. Why not represent our own county and our own department here within our county using our own horses and going through doing some of the similar stuff that they do? It's a valuable tool. It allows us to be above the crowd. We can see anything that goes on within the crowd. If the medical emergency should happen within the center of that crowd during the concert, we're able to then lead ourselves through in a slow and passionate manner to get to that point to allow EMS to get to that individual who needs help. Okay, as far as equipment and training goes, we'll be continuing training on a continuous basis. But given the fact that it'll be our own horses, our own equipment, we can also do that from our house too. So therefore, it wouldn't be something we have to gather all the time for. We'll do it once a month to be able to get things going, but we can also train our own animals as well because they're ours. So they're at our house. We can ride them all day long and every day to make sure that they stay fit and are able to do the job. We have a control maneuvers, which would be a qualifying test that no horse is going to be able to put out on the road or be able to part of the program until they qualify and are checked off this list, off this test. The Mounted Patrol horses are trained like any other horses for the basics such as accepting a rider, turning, stopping, moving. These horses are then further trained to overcome every basic instinct they have, which is to run, to strike out when they're in fear because they are a prey animal. We are then training them to and desensitizing them to not do that. Police officers are trained not to run, jump, or kick in unpredictable scenarios and loud noises such as traffic, gunfire, or sirens. Training also includes desensitizing horses so they become acclimated to walking through puddles, water, unknown depths, touching unfamiliar things, jumping up and down on demand, walking over material they wouldn't normally, like logs or plastic. Mounted Patrol horses are also trained to use their body as a moving wall where the crowd controls are measured. To do that, we simply just ease through, we live in a community where we have a lot of ranches and a lot of cows. Those ranch horses are taught to weed in through those herds slow and easy. You don't want to disturb the herd because the herd then decides it wants to run and separate. You want to keep them as quiet as possible. The training that we'd be doing is no different than that. We'll be doing the same thing with the crowd. We ease ourselves through. Eventually, as they start to move, we'll start to move. So in conclusion, just having more deputies patrolling a city or a county does not necessarily mean a safer environment measured by crime rates. Research for National Institute of Justice shows policing without focus doesn't produce a reduction in crime. Instead, police departments and sheriff's departments better serve the public by directing patrols, proactive arrests, cohesive units, and problem-solving high crime hotspot recognized through clear and measurable data. Deputies can prevent robbery, theft, disorder, gun violence, and drunkenness, and other ones, but it requires a strategic and focused approach. This program, I believe, is one of those focused and strategic approaches. The deputies take part in community policing, which include 4 key tenets: neighborhood watch, intelligence, gathering public information, and ensuring public confidence through police legitimacy. Rhonda excels in every one of these key tenets. Night patrols are excellent beacons to the community because we do stand out. It's not common to see police officers or sheriff's deputies ride horses down the street anymore. It's not common for us to show up at public venues such as parades. Or we don't see it anymore. Let's hear at the Rose Parade, But here we don't see it, and I think here is valuable because we live in a community with a lot of horse. We have a lot of horse communities here. We have a lot of ranches in the valleys, and within our county. I believe that's something that's going to stand out. So just a few more pictures. Basically, both those horses in this picture are mine. They've both been through horse programs before. The red horse that I'm riding there now has been through several different programs, through several different parades. I've done the big Bridgeport parade in the last 10 years. I've done all kinds of pretty much anything on that horse. He listens to everything I tell him. We go through and we're basically partners. The other horse there that is Freckles, another one of my horses, he's been taken all over the country, showing him just about anything you possibly imagine. My wife's ridden him in just about every bit you possibly imagine, from barrels, hunter jumper to reining cow horses. There's nothing those horses won't do. They don't spook, they don't jump. You can pop balloons, you can sell firecrackers, they'll stand there and look at you like, what are you doing? But those are the type of horses and that's the type of group that we want to get going. And you can obviously see there the breed pads that I was talking about. I appreciate you guys' time. If you have any questions, I would be happy to take some.
Deputy, do you mind, I'm getting pinged here for a break. Can we take 5 and then everybody get their questions together and do what they need to do and come back? Would that be all right with you guys?
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and break for 5 minutes at this time. It is 10:04, back to 10:09.
10 minutes. Because that's gonna roll right with that one. Oh, no. No, I wanted to break between the two.
Sorry.
No, I just didn't want you to have a break before we got into that long one. Good chance she wouldn't make it through the night.
I wish. Thank you. Hey, I'm 19 pounds down now. I can actually breathe
Killing
again.
me. I'm the cookie monster.
Cookie monster.
Oh, my downfall. I love them.
I'm surprised you haven't said anything. 17 pounds.
I said something last time I saw you.
I can imagine I have finger space in my neck now.
Yeah, when we were over in person, I was noticing. Yeah,
Just cut the card. It's all I'm doing.
oh, good job.
I hit my tux yesterday. My tux and flip real nice for the wedding. So
I kind of figured that might be why you were doing it.
So, okay. I call the meeting back to order and continue on with Deputy Lee. Lanahan. I'm sorry. I can't even see it from here.
Somebody forgot his glasses.
What he said. Continue on, please, sir. We left off, you were offering questions and answer time. So any questions from the board?
No question.
I've got some, sorry. We kind of talked about funding, insurance, veterinary. How is that all going to be funded? If you can touch on that real quick.
So, yeah, so veterinary, farrier service, veterinary service, we've already doing that ourselves with our own horses. We already have our own vets, we already have our own farriers and all that that come out on a regular basis. Like for me, every six to 8 weeks, a farrier comes out and they do their work, do their shoes and all that. That's already done.
Is there going to be an agreement for like line of duty type stuff? I mean, if somebody walks up and kicks your horse and it, abrades it or something.
Correct. So what we've already been doing, myself and another deputy have already been reaching out to local veterinarian, large animal vets, Comstock, stuff like that, and their time being donated to help us in those situations.
Okay.
And so far, we've got pretty good feedback on 3 local vets that are now going to be, which I want to try to keep everything in our county if we can. One of them is going to be doing their own mobile service, and they'll be more than happy to donate the time to help us out.
Nice.
So if one of them does get hurt, that we can have them roll out and do what she needs to do. There's our farriers as well that are willing to donate the time to if the horse throws a shoe at night in the country.
And I gotta say, people are looking, well, why do we need a mounted horse unit? A couple of community members and stuff. And even in the most urban areas, they have mounted units. And my father-in-law was a mounted guy down in Bishop, actually started their mounted patrol. And I got to see firsthand how the horses are used for crowd control. And it's amazing when you've got a belligerent drunk and he's looking, he's going nose to nose with a horse, how quick he backs down real quick and gets in line. So it's, it actually, it accentuates officer safety, it accentuates public safety. And I think this is a good idea and worth pursuing, just my own comments. So anybody else have any questions?
So Sheriff, we're going to see you up on a horse going through the neighborhoods or?
Very good possibility.
Well, I know you've been known to ride a time or two.
Let's just say it's in my background.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Jacobson.
I just want to thank you for your presentation today, and looks like those horses are spoiled rotten, so well done.
Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, mister. Thank you for the presentation. I think, obviously the devil's in the details, but I think this is a great idea. And one of the benefits of that is you start at an early age with young kids and you get them with a positive relationship with law enforcement, and that pays dividends down the road. So when they see a police officer, they're not afraid. That, hey, this guy's really my friend. So, and the horse program is certainly a way to increase that. So I'm definitely supportive of this.
Appreciate it.
And I'm quite sure I support it. So definitely a great idea. I'd love to see it happen. So I'll be supporting it in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only problem I see is if you're going to pull Ziegenfuss out of the jail to work on the mounted patrol out in public, how are we going to teach the public how to say his name?
It's just
There you go. For those who don't, I've known him since back when he was in the Army Guard. So it's funny seeing him working in the jail. And I walked, he's like, I know you from somewhere. So anyway, it's all we've got up here.
I'd like to just make one more comment. just so everybody's clear, this is another specialized assignment. So if we're using this, it's an overtime assignment. So we're not gonna pull from routine, regular scheduled shifts and everything to man this, just like the UTV program or something else. So it doesn't affect our regular scheduled shift stuff. And I too agree that we got some work to do on it yet to get it kind of worked out. Deputy Linhan's working very closely with Carson City, Elko, Pershing County, because they all have some form of amount of unit going on. So we'll keep you guys posted.
That's kind of what I was gonna ask you about was DOJ grants. Are there any grants out there to, maybe help supplement it or something? But that's all stuff down the road. And that's why I kind of left them on the back burner. But Commissioner Jacobs.
Maybe if you add a donkey to your fleet, Jeff Page could ride that. All right.
I don't know, mules are a lot
I
bigger.
was gonna say, how about a deal?
Oh, but thank you, gentlemen. On that note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me see where we are here. Item 6B, our 9:45 time certain. Award the Lyon County Solid Waste Disposal franchise based on the responses received for request for proposal number 21-10 and direct staff to enter into contract negotiations with the winning proposal. Andrew and County Manager, please.
Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. Just want to introduce the item. Andrew will cover the process that we utilize to get to where we are today, provide you information and answer questions. As you can imagine, this is one of the more critical decisions the board makes because it is for a 10-year franchise. So we're tied into it. Currently, staff has done a phenomenal job of getting the information together, putting together in. You have some cheat sheets to look at it based upon the three companies that bid, both pricing as well as services offered. And so I just want to thank Andrew and his crew for diligence of getting this process going and getting through it to bring it to the board today. So with that, Mr. Haskin.
All right.
Always gonna be talking a while.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. I got a short presentation, 4 or 5 hours. We're going to go through each one of these.
Why we needed a break.
I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible, but as Jeff mentioned, it is a very important issue. So I don't want to skip over anything. Jeff mentioned a little bit about the process and how we got to where we're at. This was actually one of the first projects that I took on when I started at Lyon County back in August. Started working on putting together the RFP. Remember, we had that workshop back in September where we heard from the board as to what they wanted to see in the RFP. We were able to get all of that incorporated in and got the RFP issued. And so these are the responses that we received back. The responses were due at the end of January. So with that, I want to take a second and thank all the proposers for the RFP. I thought that all three proposals were pretty strong. And I'm going to go through a little bit about each one here, but just want to thank you. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to put these together. So I really, really appreciate the effort on this. So with that, I've kind of got these here just to answer if there's any specific questions, but I'm going to pretty much use the comparison sheet that I put together as part of the backup for this agenda. We'll run through it real quick, and then we'll open it up for questions. So we received 3 proposals in response. We got one from CNS Waste Solutions of Nevada, Olsesi Waste Services. Did I say that right? Olsesi. All right, sorry. And Waste Management of Nevada. CNS Waste Solutions, their parent company is Waste Connections, a large national company. Olsesi is actually a local company with local ownership, and then Waste Management is owned by Waste Management Holdings, Waste Management of Nevada. So all 3 have been in operation about the same amount of time locally. So CNS started in 1997 down in Pahrump, and so that's kind of evolved from there. And there's been a number of different entities, and they provide services both in California and Nevada. So, and Olsesi 19 was started in 1997 as well, and Waste Management of Nevada was started in 1998. Let's see here. Just kind of, I'm going to skip around a little bit.
That brings me to a really good point. If I can ask you something, Andrew, real quick. Do you want questions as you're going through this, so we're not jumping back? Or do you want to hold them all till the end? How do you want to do it?
We can handle it however you'd like, whatever's easiest for the board.
Okay, so if you're going to be skipping around, jumping, I want to ask a real quick question. What is the evidence of good standing, and how does that affect the proposal?
So there was a certificate included from the Secretary of State's office. It just basically says that the company's in good standing with the Secretary of State. Let's see if I can find an example in here. Towards the front.
I mean, is it a requirement to have that, or, I mean?
We did request it in the RFP, yes. There was a section that requested the evidence of good standing. So,
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
And those can be verified on the Secretary of State's website, is that correct?
I believe so.
So would no certificate indicate that they're not in good standing, or that they haven't done paperwork, or that they just failed to put it in the RFP, or haven't requested one?
Yeah, sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't in good standing. It just means that there wasn't one provided in the RFP.
Okay.
I know that there is, I know it's in here, but maybe if you want, I can.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was wondering, because I'm assuming at some point we're going to be able to ask the RFPs folks that provided RFP or provided responses, we'll be able to ask them questions about some of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's I'm dropping things here. Yeah, I mean, that's completely up to the board on how you want to handle that part of the process.
Thank you.
So, moving along, we did request that they include any subcontractors that they were planning to use. All three actually proposed to use DNS Waste for Mason and Smith Valleys. That's both for collection and for transfer station. So DNS is the current subcontractor under the current contract. So I just wanted to point that out. They all three had their key staff listed. Proposed office locations. CNS had proposed a location at 23 Enterprise Way. Olsesi, I'm sorry. Olsesi had proposed one at 125 Industrial Parkway in Mount House. Actually, that's their current location. They're currently in Lyon County company. And then the office responsible for waste management was at 5560 Sheep Drive in Carson City. I do also want to point out they have an office in Fernley, and they had in their proposal a proposed location in Silver Springs, but they didn't specifically put an address in there because it wasn't defined yet. Annual revenue, Waste Connections and CNS Waste Solutions was 5.4 billion. Olsesi was a sealed with that. They did include that information in the RFP, but they had requested that their financials be kept confidential, which was allowed under this. They're not a publicly traded company. And then Waste Management was $15.22 billion. Just kind of moving along. You can see that in the table I had included experience from. I had included experience, collection experience for all three proposals, so you can take a look at that. It's also up on the screen right here. So there was some really good experience there. Proposal for collection hours of operation. So CNS was 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Olsesi was it was actually not specified in the proposal. And then waste management for residential was 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Commercial was 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Industrial was 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then Lyon County facilities was 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. There was some information in the proposal about routing strategies. A lot of it was software based. So they put together some kind of what their plan was for establishing routes. Obviously, waste management already has existing routes, so that's noted here. And then the other two had talked about some of their software-based routing and what trucks and the number of trucks and how many routes they would have on a daily basis. Those were all included in the proposal. And collection methodology was all pretty much the same. Residential, they were planning on using side loaders and commercial front loaders. Vehicles, CNS proposed 3 new semi-automatic side loading trucks for residential, 1 new front loader, 1 new roll-off truck, 1 used rear load truck as a backup, and 1 new flatbed. Olsesi proposed residential side loaders, commercial front loaders, and roll-off trucks. Again, those were new vehicles. Waste management provided a list there, as you can see. So they had 4 2008 side loaders, 2 2009 side loaders, 3 2020 side loaders, 1 2018 side loader, 1 2019 front loader, 1 2000 front loader, 1 2007 front loader. And the list kind of goes on and on. I can go through it.
If you want, you don't
Yeah.
need to keep going through all of it. I mean, just if you want to highlight, if we have questions,
Yeah.
I think we've all read your scoring sheet pretty well. And we don't want to drag this out forever, but we do have questions we want to get to.
Perfect. Okay. We will skip ahead then. Carts renew, except waste management, since they already have existing carts in there. Talk a little bit about transfer stations. So CNS proposed a transfer station at 23 Enterprise Way. Olsesi proposed one at Sutro Street in Dayton, and Waste Management has the existing Sutro transfer station in Dayton as well. Hours 8 to 4, Monday to Wednesday for CNS, Saturday and Sunday. For Olsesi, it was a 5-day-a-week operation, but the hours weren't specified and the days weren't specified. And then Waste Management was 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Silver Springs, CNS actually already owns property in Silver Springs at 2425 Holman Drive. Olsesi proposed one at Davis Street, and then Waste Management proposed a new facility, the location to be determined. They proposed $1 million bond for the purchase and completion of the new transfer station. And in the meantime, they would continue to use the existing facility at 1900 Eureka Street until the new facility was completed.
Is there a completion date or any?
I think there was a,
estimated timeframe if they are awarded this. Obviously, they're not going to go out plan and start on it without being awarded.
correct, yeah. I don't believe there was a time frame in there. I think it was, I'd have to go back and check on the specifics.
I didn't see.
If you'd like, I can.
So I was gonna, I was actually going to hold that question, but thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, for asking that. So I was going to ask about the timeline. That was one of the questions I was going to direct to the franchise.
Mhm.
Because as you know, we've had issues with getting that up and running in Silver Springs.
Mhm.
And, one of the things that we agreed to do was have teeth in this contract going forward.
Mhm.
And I want to see what the timeline is, come up with a reasonable timeline, and then have a penalty, literally a cash penalty for not meeting that timeline, because we've had many years to get it up in Silver Springs and it's never really happened. And so that'll be, so as long as we're talking about the transfer stations. So with CNS, the property they own in Silver Springs, is that zoned correctly for
Don't remember the zoning off the top of my head. I did look into it, and I think it works, but
Yes, it is.
okay.
yeah.
I look at the address, sorry.
Okay, now the for Olsezi is the Davis Street. Is Davis Street in? I'm sorry, is it Dayton or is it? I'm sorry, that's in Silver Springs.
Davis is also up there by that almond and stuff. I'm
So it's
assuming
zoned
that's
correctly?
what they're talking about.
Mhm.
And do you know if they already own that?
So, no,
Okay.
and they didn't provide an exact address, so I wasn't able to look at the parcel information.
Okay, so I think the way we're gonna go, we're gonna fire questions as we're going through and on the topic. I mean, that seems to be the way. So going back to Dayton, the proposed location 23 Enterprise Way, that's fairly close to where the current transfer station is now. And I mean, looking at it, the waste management, is that actually a Highway 50 address or is that an Enterprise address?
So the address, I think the official address is Highway 50, but it is on Enterprise.
So I just want to clarify, are we talking about the same property? Would they be buying that from Waste Management or what's the proposal? Is it a whole separate issue?
That was not the proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
That was not the proposal.
Any other questions on transfer stations? I know that's been a big sticking point for us.
Not till we get to the proposals,
I'm sorry.
not till we get to the actual.
Okay, that's fine.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Customer service, everybody had proposed hours from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. The locations are similar to what was proposed as the location that was to be responsible for the contract. Waste management in the proposal said that customer service reps would be either working from home or the Carson or Friendly offices, and that if a proposed office was established in Silver Springs, then they would be located there.
Okay, and I want to be clear on this one. I'm going to check the contract very carefully for this. We want a local person with a local number who's going to answer that, local calls. As a customer and also as a commissioner, I can't tell you how many times I've been directed out of state. I've tried calling Carson. It's maddeningly frustrating, especially when they don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
So I just want to, none of the three answers from what I could see actually answered that directly. I mean,
I think they had all proposed local phone numbers and staff here locally, so.
okay, just want to make sure because
Yeah.
I expressed my concern with you. I didn't have a chance to go through this page, but we got the backup material, I think Friday via email. So
Yeah,
that's why there's going to be questions. I mean, if we want to finish this today, then there's going to be a lot of questions.
and it was very, very lengthy, so. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
The responses were very thorough.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Was there, I don't see it listed here, but I was wondering, was there a requirement for a 24-hour emergency number?
Yeah, I believe so, and I think that was addressed in all.
Okay.
It's been a couple weeks since.
I thank you. Proceed.
All right. Staffing levels. CNS proposed 6 drivers, 2 local customer service reps, 1 operations manager, and 6 support. Olsesi had listed 3 customer service reps. I didn't see the number of drivers that they had listed in there. It wasn't specifically called out. And then waste management had 6 customer service reps, 16 drivers, and 15 others. I'm not sure if that's also maybe combined with some of their other operations in the region, or if that's all specifically dedicated to Lyon County. That's a question that the board could ask. And then they provided kind of what their training schedule would look like. And I think they were all pretty similar in there, and you can look at that. Start date, CNS assumed that the contract was in April. And so basically collection would start December of 2022. If I've read their report right, I mean, that was when they were planning on delivering the bins. So they didn't specifically put in this is the date that we would be collecting, but that's just based on the timeline. That was what I was able to determine. We might be able to get some clarification there. And OSSI was July 1st of this year, and then waste management is existing. Vehicle purchases. So CNS, they would begin purchasing immediately following the awards and with OSSI, but it could take 6 months or 9 months. And then waste management has existing vehicles. New cards, they would be delivered for CNS would be delivered over a 5-week period. And they would be ordering those right away as well. Same with OSSI. They'll be delivered starting 6 weeks prior to the start date, and the distribution was expected to take 5 weeks. And then waste management, the cards are already out in the field. And then there's a little bit of information about container rollout. Excuse me, I already talked about that. And then just communication, the new customer packets and the proposals for that. So next, I want to go over the rate schedule and the rate comparison. I created this spreadsheet based off of the rate schedules that each proposer had put into the RFP. And you can see overall the overall costs. So these on the left-hand side, you can see the current rate, and then CNS, OSSI, and waste management. By the way, the reason they're in that order is just alphabetical. So I didn't. It was nothing specific. So I'm not going to go through each of these. Obviously, the big ones are the 96-gallon containers with 1 cubic yard. Current rate is $27.14. CNS proposed rate of $30 a month. By the way, this is excluding a franchise fee. The additional franchise fee of 4% will be added to these. But that was how we actually requested the data to come to us, was excluding the franchise fee. So I just want to point that out. OSSI was $23.99 a month, and waste management was $23.86. So, and you can see they did include, as had been requested, what the extra cart fee would be. So that's all in there. And then you can take a look at the various services for commercial. And
We have
overall service.
sorry, do we have a question?
Piece, the container replacement fee, I am going to presume that within the contract, there is a list of what is customer at fault.
You know, I'm actually not sure if there were some examples in the contract, but I don't know that the list was exhaustive. We could certainly put in basically an addendum on there that states that if the board would like.
Thank you.
Obviously, the contract that was included is a sample contract. It's more or less what we'd like to see, but I think that's an important part of the puzzle here. So,
Yeah, because if you don't mind, because these things do get beat up.
yeah,
At wear and tear, and that's just normal in the course of business. I just want to make sure that if the container fails because of normal activity, that the customer's not charged for it.
Yeah.
Now, if you put hot ashes in one and burn it down, that's something different. Okay?
Run over it with your
Have
car.
you done this?
Do you have pictures?
And as long as we're talking fees, I have got a question on it. How long can we contract to lock in those fees? Because I do notice that there is, if you look, there's a precipitous drop in current to proposed. And I'm just wondering, I mean, we are trying to strike the best deal for, for our residents, for us, we all, utilize, waste disposal. So I'm just wondering, maybe, I don't know if that's a DA question, or can we lock them in? I mean, last thing I want to see us do is go for something lower that we think is a better deal, and then next year it doubles.
So in the contract, we had put there's basically an escalation clause in there for the fees. And so they're adjusted annually based on consumer price index, capped at, I think, a 6% increase per year. So that was in there. These fees are based off of that assumption. So I don't know that we could go back and change that at this point.
Well, it's not contracted yet, so I'm assuming we can. I mean, I was told we could add other things to the contract.
I
So,
would have to get some clarification from the district attorney's office on
Yeah.
that, because fees are kind of one of the things that are proposed in the RFP.
oh, it's in color? Okay, good. It's in color.
And Mr. Chair, thank you for asking that question, because that's kind of on my mind too. Is there, you say there's something in there about consumer price index, but if something was extraordinary or above and beyond, is there a procedure where they have to come back to the board to get
Yes.
fee increased?
Yeah, and I believe the board has to, it's been a while since I've looked at the contract, but I'm pretty sure there was a clause in there the board has to approve that increase as well. So you have a chance to review it. The board, the way the contract's written, the board can't deny it unless there was, some kind of circumstance.
Well, and that's kind of like what I'd like to see with our, because we do the same thing with our other utilities. We
Mhm.
review price increases,
Sure.
and we don't generally reject them if they're based on sound evidence.
Yeah.
However, we need to, bring out the scales of
Mhm.
justice and.
Yeah, they will have to provide all of that.
Okay.
There was a whole clause in the contract about.
Thank you.
about that.
There was no bait and switch.
So I do have a question.
Okay.
So once we get through this whole process today,
Mhm.
and depending on what happens today, okay.
Mhm.
But moving forward, when you go back to actually get the contract together,
Mhm.
do we get one last look at that contract?
You will. Yeah, so the board's gonna have to
So
approve
if
the
their feet are
contract.
not to the fire enough, we can say so.
Yeah, the board will have one more chance to review.
Well,
that
I'm just looking
contract
at
and
these
approve it.
numbers and, I hate to award anybody for past bad behavior but we might go that way. I don't know. And so I want that contract tight.
Yeah, there, and we're
Absolutely.
going to be looking hard at penalties, at holding people's feet to the fire, the ability to cancel a contract. We've talked about some of the language, if we ever have the opportunity to establish a dump here in Lyon County, we want first right of refusal, to
Yeah.
use that dump here in our county, because it's good for the residents and it potentially would be good for the franchisee. Commissioner Jacobson, did you have a question?
I'm listening intently, Mr. Harris.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Well,
absolutely.
that answered my question. I just wanted to make sure we were going to get that next.
Yep.
Swipe at the.
Yeah, the board has to
Okay.
approve any contracts anyway, so that'll be
Right.
before you. Essentially what will happen from here, if the board moves forward and go ahead and picks a winner, essentially, we will staff then work to finalize that contract. I know there was a number of proposed changes from the various proposers in here, so we'll have to address that. Some of them are contradictory to basically direction from the board. So we're gonna have to adjust those. Not all of those proposed changes are gonna be included in the final.
And a procedural question, this might be for the DA. Do we have to vote straight up on each one, or can we do like a nominal group technique where we each get 2 votes and we vote for, 2 of the 3, and then we hammer those out to see which ones, or do we have to just choose one and go forward? Anybody have any input on that? Steve, do you have any input on that? I mean, this is kind of a, we've got three options here and it's,
Steve Rye, District Attorney. My recommendation would be use a normal process where you select items, make motions, and vote on those motions.
okay, thank you.
All right. Moving on. I think, like I said, I'm not going to go through each rate.
No, you're fine.
You can take a look at that. What I did do was I went ahead and no.
I think it'd be okay if, at least with on your summary, if you wanted to just open up. I think we've all been able to digest the summary. I know some of us have questions, but I don't think you need to go through each line by line unless anybody wants you to.
No, yeah.
But we just open it up for questions and then move on to questions for the franchises.
The one thing I did want to touch on was just I did include a comparison based on the current rate. So basically the ones in red on the screen there and on the handout that we have, that's the percentage that it's higher than the current rate. The ones in green are the percentage of the current rate, right? So, excuse me, I stated that wrong. So obviously they're not 108% over the current rate.
It's 8% over.
But it's, yeah, exactly. It's 108% of the current rate.
And
So,
and the I think it's just a typo. On the 96 gallon with 1 cubic yard, the Olsesi, is I said it correct?
oh,
It says 88, but should that be green?
that's a good, yes, it should. That's a good
Okay.
catch.
Okay.
So, yeah, so if anybody has any questions on these next 3 pages, just.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate you doing this, Andrew. This is quite helpful.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Moving on. We'll go ahead and move to the evaluation form then, and the scores. Up, it's still on that.
Andrew, while he's doing that, can you answer the activation reactivation fee? Looks like nobody else has proposed one. I'm not quite sure what that activation or reactivation fee is, and it's kind of hefty. So that would be page 15, halfway down, just under 96 gallon commercial rate. Proposed amount 5740.
Right, okay. Let's see here. Let me find it. So 2 of them.
Right, oh, you found it. You found it. Go back, Jeff, the other way.
Yeah, up a little bit more.
Yep, there we go.
So 2 of them
I'm
had
sorry.
proposed an activation, reactivation fee. I'm guessing that that's when you stop service and then if you go to reactivate service, it might also be if, and we can ask for some clarification because it wasn't made clear.
Okay.
The only place it was mentioned was in this rate sheet.
And I'm sorry, I needed to be, I should clarify that. I was actually referring on the commercial side. But I mean, it's a good question for both of them, but on the commercial side, 2 of the franchisees did not include a fee for activation or reactivation, and Waste Management did. And I was just wondering if that was a typo or if that was something that was missed or.
No, I think the one that I see there, Olsesi and Waste Management both had a activation.
For residential, for commercial, they didn't. Page 15.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought I'm actually looking at commercial. That is the commercial rate.
For the activation.
There's 2 places.
Is it in there twice?
Okay, so then there's a,
It might be a typo.
okay.
I might have missed it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the middle of page 15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There you go, right there.
I see what you're saying. That's for residential there.
That's for residential.
And so I don't think, actually, I don't believe that there was an activation.
It's under commercial.
Commercial.
Oh,
So that's, yeah, so there's some lack of continuity.
it's a typo.
Okay,
We could, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
You just
Sure.
wanted to make sure we were watching.
Yeah, good catch.
Mr. Huckabee.
Page 2, the one we just got, the commercial reactivation, commercial activation, reactivation fee for commercial.
Okay, so yeah, we'll need some explanation on that one then if it was a typo or it was going, because apparently it's,
I think I might have included the line in the sheet, but I addressed it later on. There was a second line that had both.
okay, thank you.
So it was probably just as I was going through it. And it is there for residential as well. Looking at that.
Okay,
I apologize for the confusion.
no worries. And I think there's one other quick typo here on page 16 for transfer station fees, MSW loose per yard. It says current rate's $12.91. Actually, the current rate is the $13.45. And I know because I just went on Saturday and did a dump load. So, and it's been that way for a while.
That's interesting. So I haven't been to the transfer station. So I don't know. This is what their current rate sheet says. So if that's not the case, then they might be charging the wrong amount.
Okay,
But they're supposed to be charging that $12.91.
okay. Thank you.
Plus the franchise fee, and that might be where the extra comes from, which wouldn't be that much, but the
you.
franchise fee does factor into that. Okay. If there are no other questions, we'll move on to the scoring.
Make myself car sick.
Sorry. So included in the RFP was this scoring rubric, and this is a summary. So the scoring process worked like this. We had 4 different reviewers, each reviewed each application individually. And then these are the combined scores for each category.
And who are the reviewers? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it was Mr. Foley, Mr. Page, myself, and Mr. Paizel, Rob Paizel.
Thank you.
So, yeah, so we each reviewed them individually, then the scores were combined. And you can see here, based on the different categories, for experience, both CNS waste and waste management had the same score of 72. And OSSE had a score of 50. Competency and qualifications, you can see what those were based off of. CNS waste had a score of 72, waste management had a score of 70, and OSSE had a score of 46. Collection and transfer station proposals, CNS had a score of 105. OSSE had a score of 81, and waste management had a score of 90. Rate schedule, this, and I want to point something out here, is these scores were weighted. So basically, each category was given a score of 1 to 10, but then it was multiplied by the weight of what the board had ranked as important in the RFP when we had met back in September. And so rate schedule was pretty high on that list. Actually, it was the highest weighted factor. It had a weight of 5. So basically the score, the 1 to 10 score was multiplied by 5. So CNS waste had a score of 130. OSSE had a score of 150, and waste management had a score of 170. Implementation plan, CNS waste had a score of 111. OSSE had a score of 69, and waste management had a score of 90. So for the totals, you can see there at the bottom, CNS waste had a score of 490. OSSE had a score of 396, and waste management had a score of 501. And so our recommendation today, pending all of your questions, would be to go with waste management based on their proposal being really good and their rates.
And this is kind of why I was hoping a commissioner would have been able to sit on the review, and they added an extra category of history of performance. Because looking at it, yeah, straight up 501, but there's history there, and it's not exactly stellar. So,
And just to comment, these ratings are quite a bit different than what mine would have been. Just a comment.
Mr. Chair,
sir,
if I may address your concern. We had a workshop we've had a number of conversations, and so I'm careful how I say this. I don't go irritating my bosses.
Irritate us, it's okay.
But there was no indication in those workshops or those meetings that you wanted history to be part of the scoring mechanism.
And that may have been an assumption.
So I just wanted to be on record for that.
Yeah, Commissioner Jacobson.
For the record, I'd like to know how the boards held them accountable. There's schools that run, nobody's out on recess duty, the kids are gonna run amok. Schools where there's supervision out there, they're pretty orderly and run fairly well. I think our board needs to be careful when we're pointing the finger that way. We've got 3 pointed back at us. I think it's our job to make sure they do their job, not their job to make sure, I think that's a slippery slope when we start looking that way.
Commissioner Jacobson, I think you got to be a carpenter because you hit the nail on the head. There's no teeth in the previous contracts. There was no ability for oversight really. And that's one of the reasons that we're here today, is to try and address a lot of those issues. So thank you, and keep that in the forefront of your mind.
Right. So I guess I don't know, when some company hasn't been awarded something, you're gonna, you have no real track record here, but so I don't know how I think we need to move forward and not so much backward.
Agreed.
If I may comment quickly, so the current franchise, which was, I believe, 2009, prior to me being in the position I'm in, and then franchises before that, the board, I'll be quite honest with you, the board didn't pay a lot of attention to what the language they wanted in the contract. They were very focused on keeping the price down as much as possible. And we were a much smaller county when this first started to where we are today, right? And we had a lot more freedoms in regards to how people dealt with trash. I responded for many, many years to people lighting their garbage on fire in their backyard. And at 2 o'clock in the morning, the neighbors are complaining because it stinks. So we've moved from that to where we are today. And this, I believe that the RFP and the sample contract covers the majority of the concerns that this board has mentioned and dealt with. The scoring is based upon, as much as possible, what the RFP documents provided to us, what their plan for the future is without looking back at the past of any part. I do want to clarify one thing though, so that the people in the room understand. The RFP, if the award is to any of the 3 companies, it does not change the company in South Lyon County.
Right.
All 3 entities have concurred that DNS waste will still be taking care of South Lyon County. I just want to put that on the record because hasn't been discussed per se. So I don't want people in Mason Valley, Smith Valley thinking now they're getting some other waste company to come clean up. It will still be DNS waste. All 3 companies have agreed to.
And they have done an excellent job by every account I've ever heard. So Commissioner Keller.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment based on your numbers. So it looks to me what really threw waste management way higher than anybody else was in the competitiveness of proposed rate schedule.
Correct.
So was there any consideration that, their proposed rate schedule is lower than their current rate schedule?
Mhm.
Did anybody look at, if you went with the current rate, would they had scored as high?
So
If you take that out, I'm looking at CNS
Yeah.
having
So-
a higher score than waste management.
No, because that would be unethical on our part to look
Well,
at that.
I understand that,
No,
but,
no,
we're
you're asking-
rewarding
you're
people for
asking
bad
staff to
behavior.
Presuppose what it would look like based upon advancing. We can only work off with the information.
I understand. I just wanted to point out the fact that, that's what got them the higher score, was because all of a sudden now they can offer a lower rate when we've cried the blues over years to work with us on transfer stations and everything else. and they held us to a flimsy contract.
Yeah, and I gotta,
I'm having a hard time going there.
I got to dovetail on what she said, because in my notes here, I actually wrote next to their rates where they've dropped, so precipitously. I wrote, is this disingenuous just for the RFP? Not saying it was just a thought that crossed through my mind. So going forward with the contract, because we're not at the contract point, we're just awarding, basically saying, hey, we're going to move forward with the contract. Say we went with any of the other companies, could we still negotiate contract, negotiate price, or do we have to stay with what they had in the RFP?
My understanding is we have to stay with the prices that they have in the RFP.
Could those prices be negotiated, say lock in for 3 years, which would offset the,
I'd honestly have to defer to the district attorney, but I don't believe so.
So, Mr. Chair,
sir.
so I guess I'm struggling too. So we're saying we submit sealed bids, open them, and then we resubmit bids?
No. What we're doing is when we move in, when we say, hey, this is the company we want to go with, when we get to the contract phase, what is our wiggle room for, for actually putting stuff in the contract?
Contract terms that aren't included in the RFP specifically would be you can't renegotiate the price or substantive terms.
That's
of
what
the
I was looking
RFP.
for clear. That's what I was looking for clarification on.
Any questions on that? The RFP set forth the terms that the board wanted for the county to have. So those critical terms
That
are
works.
going to be included in the contract.
Thank you.
So one thing I want to point out, I mean, when we were doing the review of this and taking a look at price, we had to take a look at what each of the proposals were and what you were getting for that price versus what you were getting versus the price. And I think I speak for the other proposers when I say that when you take a look at the proposals, they were all pretty even in that the price was the differentiating factor.
Okay.
So then you have to say, okay, is what you're getting for a higher price worth that higher price?
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Just one quick question. Was this a blind scoring?
So Andrew sent each of us the proposal.
So it was not blind. In other words, you knew what company you were scoring. You didn't just have a blank proposal that you were scoring based on the merits.
Correct. We got each proposal. Each person did theirs individually, and then we came together as a group to take a look at what no scores changed. I will tell you that my score for one company over another company was completely different than everybody else's. But the numbers came out to what the numbers came out to.
Okay, but yeah, I was just wondering the procedure or the protocol for doing that.
Commissioner Rockett, did you have a question, sir?
No, I don't have any question, being in District 5, at least until the newest district borders. DNS is staying in the fight. Don't really have a dog in the fight. I looked at the figures, came up with my own ideas about who I thought should do it. And this is the first time I've seen the score sheet, of course. I don't believe we can sit down and use history, since I honestly believe that we're basically in charge of making sure they do what they're supposed to do. So if that didn't happen in the past, I'm hoping we don't kind of drop the ball in the future. And any company that's picked can give us poor service in the future. So I'm just looking at it as kind of a black and white decision here.
So from my perspective, a couple of things have changed from where we were to where we are today. One, for the last several years until August of this year, we had no single point of contact in the county to deal with any complaints about services provided. Right? So we now have that. Congratulations. Number two, the board has provided an RFP process and a sample contract that puts teeth into the issues so that we have something to enforce and to deal with. Number three, if whoever's awarded the franchise, and I don't want to speak any ill of former boards, but if whoever's awarded the franchise, if they want to come in and request changes to the franchise agreement down the road, then suck it up and hold true to what you say today and don't allow those things to happen. The transfer station in Silver Springs is the example I'm speaking of. I believe it was a 4-1 vote to allow the current franchisee to do what they're doing in Silver Springs, and not hold their feet to the fire. And I find it difficult when I or staff are all of a sudden getting the heat because of the situation we have, right? When we're not the ones that get to make that decision. So if there is down the road, whoever is awarded today, they want to change the franchise and the board's against it, then by golly, let's stick to our guns and do that and hold our feet to the fire. That hasn't always been the case in the past. And I said, things have changed. We are at almost 60,000 population today. Fernley, Dayton are suburban areas. Silver Springs, Mason Valley, Smith Valley are suburban rural mixes. We have an increase in population. We have different rules to play by from environmental issues than we've had for the last good number of years. And so it's time for the board and for staff to make sure that whatever we do today, that we hold whoever receives the franchise, they hold their feet to the fire, make sure things are done appropriately. And if it's awarded to the current franchisee, they've had a significant change in management and people to deal with than what we had before. I could not have told you before who a single point of contact was with the current franchise until 2 years ago, because it changed on a regular basis, or they just didn't answer the phone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something else I want to point out, the current contract didn't really have any reporting requirements. Other than they had to report revenues on a quarterly basis for part of that franchise, so that we can track the franchise fee. The new contract actually does have some reporting requirements in there where they have to report customer service complaints. There's a number of different factors that they have to report as part of the contract. So it does give us some ability to have that oversight, whereas we didn't really have it before.
What's the franchise percentage, franchise fee percentage?
Franchise fee is currently set at 4%.
That's why it's going to stay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the board has to change that.
So these prices, I'm just pulling a price out. So 64 gallon senior rate, 1847. So it's current rate. So that is, so the actual rate is that plus 4% is what the customer pays.
Correct.
Commissioner Jacobson, did you have?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, on this scoring rubric, I want to thank Mr. Page, Mr. Haskins, Mr. Foley, and Mr. Pizell for their work on that. And I'm taking that as trained county staff looking at this objectively and giving us feedback to make a decision on. Obviously, it was up to me to go through, look at this, and make a decision as well. Also made some calls. I called out to Eureka County. I called some other folks. I forget. And got some feedback on my own as far as these companies. So I feel that this scoring rubric is a part of it, but I know that the final decision falls on this board. But I wanted to thank you, gentlemen, for looking through, taking your time and doing that for us and giving it some feedback.
Any other questions from the board on the rubric? Okay, at this time, should we open it up for questions for the actual applicants, or what's the?
Mr. Chair, what I would suggest is following with what we've done alphabetically, ask them one at a time to come up to clarify anything that they want to clarify or answer any questions they may have. Again, so we're just keeping it consistent, that we're not showing any favoritism and just.
No, there's no. So yeah, we'll go on ahead and take that. So at this time, we'll go on ahead and have CNS come on up. Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay. Thought maybe you
What's going
forgot.
on, guys?
Yeah, you brought it up and then,
I want about the lights for it.
okay,
Okay,
gotcha.
here we go. Hello, please identify yourself, sign in.
Morning, Chair, members of the board, John Shea, CNS Waste. I have some prepared comments that I think address some of the questions. So I, instead of bouncing around, if you let me maybe go through this quick presentation, and then if you have any further questions, I'll be happy to kind of walk through anything in detail.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Again, John Shea, CNS Waste Solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in the county's RFP process, and congratulations on the culmination of several years of hard work that got us to today. For the past 25 years, CNS, our family business, has been a trusted solid waste provider for several rural communities in Nevada. Over that time, we've built tremendous relationships with the communities we serve, and we're considered a true partner. We talked about liquidated damages and penalties. It's something that isn't part of our daily life because we are true partners with the communities we serve. In 2021, after much consideration, we were acquired by Waste Connections. Although they're a public company, they are different. And they've built their success by keeping their operations locally managed while offering an abundance of support and resources to those local operations. And that's an important factor to consider making your decision today. CNS will be a local company. We'll house our office, truck parking, maintenance facility, along with the new transfer station in Dayton. In Silver Springs, we plan to build a second transfer station on land that we already own. Customer service will be handled locally by local employees, not out of area, out of state call centers. Damon Shea, Damon, that's my brother. Been doing this a long time together. He will be the manager of the Lyon County operation. He lives in the area and he is accessible 24 hours a day and has decision-making authority. And I'll just tell you a little side note on answering calls 24/7. Was at Disneyland for my wife's birthday last year. We took some pictures, and recently my wife asked in the photo, do you have your headphones on? And I did. And I was talking to Tim Sutton, Nye County manager, who had called about some low power lines and some concerns on a street where they were having issues. So yeah, I took the call, and yes, I posed for the picture, but that's how we work. So again, Damon will be accessible 24 hours a day, and he is local. And again, this will be a local operation. So really, there is no category to score or to quantify what our company brings to the community. We have a long proven history of being true partners. Our priority has always been to give back, and that's how we were raised, and that's how we operate. Historically, CNS has contributed over $100,000 annually back into the communities we serve. Last year alone, putting $30,000 into 45 different organizations in Pahrump and Nye County alone. In addition to giving, we personally dedicate our time to numerous community organizations in a variety of roles. We're not obligated to do this. It's not part of any franchise agreement. It's because that's who we are. As illustrated in our proposal, we have the talent, qualifications, experience, and resources to ensure a smooth transition, and we've proven that time after time when selected as a new waste provider. Finally, I'd like to address the rates, because clearly that's the big red flag in our proposal. So first of all, it's just kind of come to our attention as we talk through or listen to the presentation that the rates judged and scored were without the franchise fee. Unfortunately, our rates included the franchise fee. So our rates, instead of $30 for the 96 gallon with 1 yard, instead of $30 would be $28.80. Still an increase, but I just want to point that out. So it's important to know we didn't approach this the way so many others often do, offering a teaser rate, a way to get your foot in the door, with an unrealistic time frame for completion of the transition. This is an outdated approach for times when things were less sophisticated. And clearly you guys are already discussing that. We just don't work that way. Our goal is to provide a fully compliant and fully responsive RFP proposal and sustainable rates with a realistic transition timeline. And that's reflective of our current times, current economic environment, and the variety of conditions we face as a business in 2022. If things stabilize moving forward, we would certainly entertain a discussion about appropriately adjusting those rates. We've done this in the past. We've reduced rates in Pahrump on several occasions when our costs allowed for that. So one of the things that I want to point out that was a factor in the differentiation of the rates is the RFP did not require new trucks, bins, or carts from the successful proposal. As a result, Waste Management has proposed a status quo or business as usual approach using all existing equipment. We can't do that. Other than the new transfer station in Silver Springs, clearly one that should have been built already per the existing franchise agreement. They're not planning to make any capital investment, giving them a huge advantage with regard to pricing. We are building an infrastructure independent of Waste Management. Our plan does not rely on using any of their facilities, any of their kindness or cooperation through this process. And through past experience and current experience, we're in the process of transitioning one of their contracts now on the California coast. We've learned that we're going in, not relying on them. We're going to do this 100% CNS for the benefit of Lyon County and the customers. Current economic conditions, the economic environment is seeing the highest inflation in decades. There's unprecedented fuel pricing, labor, driver shortages, and major supply chain issues that we have to overcome. Those are real impacts on our business, and we've had to account for those in our proposal. Also, when making rate comparisons, it's important to note that we're comparing against the current rate, but our rates don't become effective until January 1st, 2023. So that is really our start date. And the reason we did that was because we feel comfortable that we can have all of our facilities operational, built, and in place by then. So we're not going to be relying on any of the waste management facilities in the interim. So the current rates that are in place were effective April 1, 2021. Those rates are subject to CPI increase this year in April of 2022, and there'll be additional CPI adjustment made for 2023. So if you take the current increase that these rates are it's going to be around 5% based on the index used. And right now, from what we see in forecasts, it's going to probably be another 5% next year in that range. So if you adjust the current rate, the 27.14 for a 96 gallon plus 1 yard, because that's the most common rate probably affecting the majority of the customers. You adjust that 5% for this year, which is probably going to hit in April using 2021 as an example, and you add 5% for next year and you compound that at January 2023, when we start, our rate for a 96 gallon is $28.80. The adjusted rate using the current rate plus the CPI adjustments until that point in time. So we're looking at two rates at the same point in time in January of 2023. The current rate becomes $29.92. So theoretically, our rates are lower on the day we start than what the current rates will be adjusted to. So when you look at that and you look at those rates, you can see that Lyon County has the opportunity to forge a new path with what is essentially the same rate. Clearly, if status quo and business as usual is what you want and what you're looking for as a board, then I think you already have your answer, right? That's an easy one. But you're making a 10-year commitment to a partnership that serves the best interests of Lyon County residents, businesses now and in the future. This partnership should go beyond rates. It should include a local office with a local manager that you can contact directly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. An investment from the company back into the community, not just taking. It should be a company that can evolve and grow with the community and industry alike, a company that Lyon County really should be proud to partner with. And I believe that CNS is that company. And I hope that you take my statements today into consideration when making your decision. And, we respectfully ask that you engage CNS for further discussions. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. And thank you for the proposal. And thank you for actually clearing up that does make a difference. This time we'll open it up for questions from the board. Ms. Jacobson, looks like you're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes being alphabetically first is a good thing, like the yellow pages, and not so good when you're presenting in front of the others. So I did a nice job of going first for sure. Very impressed with your presentation. And from my understanding, South Lyon is appreciative of all you've done in the past, but just want to wish you well and thank you for your proposal. It was very in-depth and it was a lot of information. I appreciated it.
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
No, I'm gonna pass. I think you answered it.
Any questions on the side?
Just a comment. And I appreciate your presentation and your explanations, but it's just your commercial rates. So, I mean, the residential are residential, but the commercial rates, they're just a lot higher than the other two.
Right.
And can you throw a little light on that? Is that because
Yeah, I
of
think-
new equipment or?
Yeah, so we're starting this from scratch and those costs are factored in. I mean, we're looking at spending $6.5 million to start this up. And that's buildings, trucks, all new equipment, bins, parts. And I just think that we want to make sure that we're not back in front of you asking for more help next year because we didn't account for something. I think, like I stated earlier, if the opportunity presents itself that we can look at the rates and adjust them the other direction, we would do that. But I think right now with, supply chain, right now, all new trucks for 2022 from all major manufacturers are sold out, right? So we thankfully have the resources and orders in that we can move some of those assets around. But if you don't have orders in, you're not going to get 2022 new trucks. Carts, I think I heard in one of those that somebody's going to deliver parts and be ready in July, right? So there's car manufacturers that are 16 weeks out right now for delivery. So, that's 4 months. So timeframe, and cost of living adjustments, equipment pricing, all those things are factored in. And we just wanted to make sure that what we presented, we knew that day one and moving forward, that's a rate that's sustainable, that we can do what we say we're going to do. So, when we make a commitment, we're going to follow through on that commitment and we're not going to cut corners. We're not going to bring in equipment that's, cheaper or, not up to the standard that we've committed to. And so I think that affects the rate.
And you have no presence in northern Nevada right now, is that correct? All your operations are down in the Prump area?
And so the closest northern operation is actually in Lassen County.
Okay.
And that is in California.
Right.
But we have a presence, like I said, my brother lives in Carson City, so.
But that kind of helps
Yep.
explain
Yeah.
the initial cost. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you
Thank
very
you
much,
again.
sir. So moving on, we'll invite Olsezi Waste to come up.
Can I make one clarification
Sure.
real quick? And I really do appreciate the clarification on the rates. However, page 27 of the RFP stated that the rate schedule had to be proposed without the fee. And so we have to accept this rate as if it was not including that fee. I just confirmed that with the district attorney's office.
So that would be the rate and then
Plus the 4%. Yeah, so it wasn't specified one way or another in the proposal, so we took it to assume that because that was the requirement of the RFP, that was how it was being presented.
Okay, thank you. Kilio.
Chair and Commissioners. My name is Tilio Alcessi. I'm the founder and company president of Alcessi Waste Services. We are based in Mountain House, Nevada. That is the current main office, facility, yard. We run all our operations out of there. I'm a third generation garbage man. My father was in the garbage business and my grandfather was in the garbage business. My team and I have submitted a response to the RFP for the Lyon County Solid Waste Collection Contract. We are the only locally owned business to respond to this RFP. And we would like the opportunity to work with Lyon County for the next 10 years. We have a sizable collection operation here in northern Nevada and in eastern Nevada. We are the contract holder for Eureka County. 50% of our employees live in Lyon County. In closing, I would ask this Board of Commissioners today to award the contract to Alcessi Waste Services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Olsezi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning. How are you?
Morning.
So just to cover a couple of items that we went over. You are in good standing with the Secretary of State's office.
Yes, you can check on their website.
I did. I just wanted that on the record. When we talked about hours of operation for collection, you're in this spreadsheet says you're not specified.
For the residential, it would be 6 in the morning, would be our start time. That's what we do out in Fallon, so I want to keep that the same. And then the commercial will probably be starting at 5 in the morning,
Okay.
5 days a week. We
And
don't
then
see
the-
the need to run
And then
Saturday.
the same thing for the Dayton transfer station. It says 5 days a week, but your days and hours are not specified. Do you have an idea? Are you looking for?
Probably go 8 to 5, probably an 8-hour shift. Probably do a Saturday
Yeah,
or a Sunday, something like that.
yeah, because I mean, normally Monday through Friday sounds good, but most people are home during the weekends and like the
Exactly.
transfer station's not open. It's really
Okay,
frustrating.
so we probably could do a Saturday, Sunday. That's something I think we can hammer out in the negotiations.
And then this Davis Street location in Silver Springs, do you own the property?
No,
or
we do not own the property.
Okay, but you can,
We can get it and get moving.
okay, have an idea.
Okay, one thing I'd ask is if you go with me today, we do need to get moving to make the July 1 deadline.
Right. And then the other question on staff, you were asking, you said 3 customer service reps, but I know I've been out to your yard. You have plenty of drivers.
Yes,
I know.
yes.
You
For
have,
this contract, we're gonna need 4 more drivers.
Okay.
Mechanics, we're safe. We're gonna need some more customer service staff. Accounting, we're safe there. I don't have to add any more staff. And management, we're good. So,
that was all my questions. Thank you.
any other questions?
Gibson, you got something? Anybody?
No, just thank you for your time and your packet. I did call out to Eureka County and they're very impressed with you folks as well. So thank you.
All right, anything else?
All right.
Thank you.
Sir. Waste management.
Morning, Mr. Chair,
Good
members of
morning.
the board. I'm Kendra Kostelecki for Waste Management, for the record. I'd like to start by saying thank you very much for this opportunity. I won't say it's been fun. It's been really painful. But it's been a great learning experience for me to work with you and to get to know our neighboring waste haulers. I have learned a lot about Lyon County in this contract. As Mr. Page mentioned, this contract is from 2009. And I came into this position in 2019, and that's when I started trying to reach out to everyone. And then we had COVID, so that made it much harder for us to communicate. But I knew that this was an area that needed some attention, and even before we went to RFP, or before that was a conversation, we were trying to turn the ship. And so in our conversations, there are 3 big things that have come up that needed to be addressed, right? The first is the rate alignment, the transfer station, and our customer service. Since we've had this contract since 2009, there have been changes that were made for efficiency, but turned out not to be that efficient. So we've really taken a close look at that. When you look at the rates, first of all, I know that's a really big topic for everyone. And you might be wondering, I heard you express a question about why those rates are so much lower than the current rates. And that's because we really dug in and thought, where can we realign these? These have been in place since 2009. They've been adjusted based on the rate schedule. And we haven't come back to the table and readdressed that. It's important to us to keep this contract. It's important to be in alignment with what you might get from someone else. And so that's how we were able to pull it down. And as was mentioned before, we already have a footprint here. So we have less to invest. We can keep those rates low. We can lean on the shoulders of some of our neighboring contracts to keep everything in alignment for you and make sure that we've got everything that you need. As far as the transfer station goes, we dropped the ball and we're really, really sorry about that. Commissioner Jacobson asked about that $1 million bond. That's a 36-month timeline. So if we are awarded the contract, we will purchase property. We've already been hunting around. It's not a lot for sale right now, but we're going to find something and we're going to put that transfer station in. And if we don't within 36 months, there's your teeth right there. We're going to pay for it. So we're that dedicated to make that happen. And as far as customer service, that's one of those pieces where we thought technology would help us get better over time. From 2009 to now, we thought, oh, let's streamline this and make it easier for the customer. We've realized that maybe that's not the best way to go, especially for a community like this. So we have been building local call centers. If awarded this contract, there will be a local number specifically that goes to, right now it'll either go to Fernley or Carson City because we already have bodies there. We do have some work from home here in Lyon County as well. Our goal is when we build this new transfer station to also put a customer service center there. So it'll be in Lyon County, in Silver Springs, where people can go if they need to, but they will definitely be calling and talking to a person or emailing, if that's your preference, a person that is actually here in Northern Nevada. Yeah, and as far as a teaser rate, I just want to touch on that really quick. Those rates are just lower rates. They're gonna increase by the rate schedule that's stated in the RFP. There's a cap on that, so they can only go so high in a certain year. But we're gonna follow what the county has laid out for us. Any questions? Oh, I was so braced for it.
You're not done.
Oh.
I was just waiting. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So your rates,
Mhm.
we're going to talk about those.
Okay, let's talk about those.
Okay, because obviously you guys have good accountants in waste management, put together this proposal, you're not going to lose money if you get the proposal, if you get the contract. So with your rates being so much lower than your current rates, it just kind of, I don't know, that just bothers me. Has there been any discussion, since obviously you can stay in business and make money at these proposed rates? Is there any discussion about maybe a rebate or a fee holiday for current customers who have been paying the excessive rates over the last few years?
No.
So you got what you got, and now it's a fight for the
That's-
contract, you're gonna lower them.
Commissioner Jacobs, Henderson, that's not a part of the FPI. Probably need to steer clear of something that's not incorporated that, sorry. Appreciate the sentiment, but
It is part of it, but okay. I'll defer.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with, and this goes for all, I guess, all three of our bidders. I struggle with the transfer station prices. And I don't know how those can be higher or they seem to be higher. And there's no delivery fee. They're being delivered to them. I think that's part of the reason why our deserts and back streets look the way they do. So I would like to challenge all of our bidders to really look at transfer prices and that. So I digress, but I do want to thank you. And I do have a waste management driver, and I would be remiss if I didn't say he was exceptional. So that's neither here nor there. Again, though, I do want you to know that that we will be holding the transfer station accountability and this some of these other items that will be in the contract if you're awarded to a higher level, I think, than we have done in the past. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank
I just want to make one comment. No matter what happens today, you get to keep your driver.
Yeah.
That's true.
Just
And
saying.
Ed Burnley.
Oh.
I'm thinking, wait a second.
He's the commissioner for Burnley. So
Speaking of drivers, I
so I
want to,
didn't want him to say goodbye too quick, right?
yeah, my driver is a great guy. I've actually knew him long before he ever even went to work for you guys, and good guy. But I also want to say with our transfer station in Dayton, the new operator got off to kind of a rough start, but I got to tell you, he is really, I mean, that place is clean when you go out there now, and he's running a tight ship. So on that front, that's I used to bring out the negative. I did want to accentuate the positive as well. So that's all I've got.
Never mind.
Yeah, I know. Did you have any comments, Commissioner Keller? Commissioner Hockaday?
Yes, as far as the question is concerned, I already know the answer to this, but you do know you're on the record for giving us some promises that you are going to stand by as far as the transfer station in Silver Springs. Okay, and I mean, we all heard it and it's going to be in the record. So we want to make sure that we're going to get what you're promising, because if I'm still on the board after this next election, I will be here to hold your feet to the fire.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I can make one more comment, since you mentioned your drivers, I do want to point out that we do have local staff that we're interested in keeping employed. Our vice president and president for for waste management of Northern Nevada are, we've got a lot of local staff that are really concerned about keeping this contract and are really interested in keeping this contract. And your service at DNS, we have a really good relationship with them and really enjoy working with them.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments, concerns?
I have a question for staff.
Yeah, Andrew?
Thank you. Mr. Haskin, the increases that are in the contract are automatic.
So it provides for an increase up to the cap. Yes, I believe the increase on the consumer price index is automatic. So
I'm sorry, I thought we discussed earlier that it wasn't automatic. It had to come back before the board for us to approve.
so it does. I apologize. I mean,
Okay.
they will have to come back to the board for approval, but that they can. I suppose they don't have to increase it, but no, there's nothing that requires them to.
Yeah.
But,
I'm confused now.
okay.
So in the contract, they are allowed to raise their prices by CPI not to exceed a certain percent.
Correct.
They have to come back to the board for that each time?
Mm-hmm. Correct. The board has to approve that, and they're going to have to show documentation showing that CPI. But the way the sample contract is written, the board can't really deny it unless there's other circumstances. So let's just say they're trying to go above and beyond what they're allowed. The board doesn't have to approve that. Essentially, they can't. The board can deny that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thanks.
Sorry,
Commissioner Keller.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Okay.
So the contract allows them to raise the CPI based on the CPI.
Mm-hmm.
why, if they're only raising it based on the CPI, why do they have to come to the board for approval? Wouldn't they only come to the board if they wanted to exceed? I don't remember Waste Management ever coming to ask the board if we could raise rates. I'm a little confused.
Because the current contract doesn't require that.
Oh, that's right. That's
It was
a
something
bad
that-
contract. Never mind.
It was something that you guys had requested at the workshop.
Okay, but I miss. The contract's allowing them based on the CPI. So I don't understand why we would require them to come to us unless they were trying to exceed it.
It was an item that the board had requested.
Okay.
as part of the
Oh, I'm
workshop.
not trying to beat you up. I'm just
No, no.
understanding what the wording is going to be in this contract. Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had a question on that, but we don't know where the diesel and gas prices are gonna end up. Competition for labor, who knows where? We pay increases, it seems like on every single job that's been bidded. So I think to start drawing lines in the sand before this is even awarded is a little far-fetched for me. I think we need to award the contract and go from there.
Any further questions for staff? Alrighty, so that ends the presentation and the question and answers. I guess at this point, well, it is almost 12. We reserved the right to go to lunch at 11:30. Would you guys like to take a lunch before we come back and do anything on this, or does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion right now.
Perry. I'm sorry, what?
It's not right away.
So do you mind?
Okay, but I'll see why.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and
He can make a motion if he wants to. I'm not trying to stop anybody.
I wanted to
Make
go.
your comments.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead with your motion.
If you want to wait, I'll
Go
wait.
ahead with your motion.
This way. I'll take this-
Go ahead with your motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then, Mr. Chair, I move that we, let's see, let me, so my glasses so I can read, so I can do this right. That you award the Lyon County Solid Waste Disposal franchise to OCC's Waste Management and direct staff to enter into contract negotiations with them.
Is there a second? At this time, seeing no second, the motion dies on the floor. Any new motions? Okay, no new motions. I'm gonna recommend we take a break and reconvene at, what time do you guys want to come back? 1:30? Anybody?
Mr. Chair, I would suggest you give it at least an hour and 15 minutes since we're breaking right at the lunch hour and restaurants are
Okay,
packed.
so 1:15, we'll be back.
Mr. Chair, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Okay, so when we left off, we had a motion on the table that died, and so we are going to open the floor back up for another motion if anybody would like to make one.
If I may, can I
Oh,
make
sorry.
a clarification? Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. At lunch, I did look into it. The question that we had about, does the board have to approve any rate increase? And the way the contract and RFP is written, the board does not have to approve anything that's under the cap on the consumer price index. So I just wanted to make that clarification. I made an error.
So Commissioner Keller was right.
Correct, yeah.
Doesn't happen often.
Gotta hurt saying that.
No,
Oh
I'm
my
happy to
gosh.
admit I was wrong on that, so I just wanted to throw that out there. If one of the proposers, if the contract winner does end up having to propose a rate increase that's above that cap, then they do have to come back before the board. So, but they would have to prove that there's circumstances beyond
Yeah.
what they could have foreseen.
They'd have to justify it.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Haskell, for the
And I do have a
clarification. And Commissioner Keller has a motion.
So I'd like to, and I forgot where my agenda item went. Hang on, 1 second. I kind of like jumped in with both feet and I got lost. All right. There it is. It's right there. Okay. So I would like, first, I would just like to go on a record. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be 2 companies that will be disappointed no matter what we do. And I appreciate all the time and effort that went into all 3 RFPs. But I kind of wanted to take that lunch break and, you know, I had some thoughts in my head and I needed to bounce them with some food. But I'm going to go with the outcry of the citizens that have reached out to me. So I'm going to move to award the Lyon County Solid Waste Disposal franchise to Olsesi's.
Second. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. We'll open up to the board for discussion. Any comments, Mr. Jacobson?
Ironically, I was not a fan of taking that pause at lunchtime, and I found myself not sitting with any commissioners at lunch, but struggling with the 3 companies. And I agree. I'm going to throw my support towards Olsesi, keep our business local. And I believe they will do a fine job. Like I said, I called out to Eureka County and they didn't accept it. They're very happy with their service out there. And I think that we will be equally satisfied.
And I'm going to make a comment at this point too also. This was not discussed by anybody. It just gave us time to think on this and, you know, work through in our own mind. And I weighed in my own mind, you know, factors, one of which a company being local, we always try to support local companies, you know, keep the money in the community. I gotta say, you know, Waste Management and CNS, they put together, you know, rock solid proposals. You know, I just, you guys did really good, but I'm gonna throw my support behind Olsesi also. Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in this day of supply problems, I'm just concerned about being able to get things online. I know we're looking at quite a distance between today and when they plan on being online. But if the supply chain doesn't come through with their trucks and carts and everything else, we're going to be hurting.
Yeah, I would hope that there's a contingency. But okay, so we're going to open it up for any more comments at this point? Okay, and we're going to open up for public comment now. Is there any public comment? Please sign in for the record and state your name.
I've already done that, and I had something else completely sketched out here on notes to say. My name is Russ Wright. I'm from Dayton, and yes, of course, if I'm here, I probably have something to say. I applaud you for what appears to be your leaning toward the local company. Despite what we've been told about local control and local contacts and that sort of thing, my own experience with what I call worldwide waste is that the local people may have a say for a period of time locally, but when the bean counter in Houston, Texas decides something different, then the option is get another job or do it the way. And I want to reference something that I just read not too long ago. When Ford Motor Company decided to go from 6 lugs on a tire to 5, the engineer discovered they'd save 8 cents. That doesn't sound like a lot of money until you manufacture 800,000 cars or 400,000 cars a year. That 8 cents adds up. So I have a real struggle with the bid today being, what, approximately 20% less than current rate. And all of a sudden, I'm wondering if Waste Management had gotten a contract, does that mean my 67, 64 every 2 months goes down? I doubt it. I doubt that it wouldn't be too very long until it's back to whatever the current rate is. So I applaud you, lady and gentlemen, for, at least at this point, leaning for a local control, local company that pays taxes and whatnot here. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Online?
No, sir.
Okay, and just, no, I'll save that for after the vote. Okay, this time we're going to go ahead and take the vote. All in favor of awarding the franchise to, well, says a, yeah, it says hey, it says he, it says he, it says he. There we go. Better get used to saying
None of
that.
us say it right.
Well, I even wrote it down phonetically here, so it's all says he. So, tell you. All in favor of awarding, says the franchise for waste, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Congratulations, it passed 5-0, and just a word of caution. There, we are going to hold your feet to the fire on this, sir. We're not gonna make, we're not gonna commit the sins of our fathers. The contract is gonna be firm. And we really expect performance. And that being said, congratulations and thank you. And thank you to our other bidders. It was really appreciated.
Say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, before everybody leaves the room, I just wanted to real quickly thank everybody that participated. A lot of work I know went into it. And believe you me, it was not an easy decision. But we thank you for at least stepping up and getting those in.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, give a few minutes for the room to just take 5. Okay, so we are going at this time to jump back to item 9, elected officials reports. We've got the DA and the sheriff in the room.
Frank Honeywell, Sheriff, for the record. A couple things. I got to do a little clarifying statement from a statement I made at the last board meeting. And today's, we heard a whole lot about the Boys and Girls Club, Night Country and all that stuff. I just want everybody to realize, I want everybody to know that the spontaneous utterance that we say sometimes comes back to bites us. Happened to me. I'm 100% support of the Night in the Country, 100% support of the Boys and Girls Club. From a manager's standpoint, Night in the Country is a difficult operation. It's very difficult for us to staff it. Seems like every year we end up with some litigation because of it. And that's the only point I wanted to try to make on those, on that comment was, I've been involved in Night in the Country since the onset. Last year's the first year I didn't actually work it. And got a really, really good working relationship with the Boys and Girls Club. They support us, we support them. And I just wanted you guys to know on record that I have nothing against the event at all, just from a manager standpoint, it's very difficult. Second note is, I just want to say publicly how proud I am of everybody that handled the situation in Smith Valley, of my staff and the dispatchers, all the way down to the deputies. Can't say much more about it than that because we're still currently under investigation, but I'm very, very pleased with how that worked out. And then the last thing I'm gonna say is we're still moving forward with hiring new people. I got 2 new people starting on Monday, another person starting the following Monday, and hopefully we're gonna pick a couple more up here very quickly. So other than that, any questions? I'll move back to my seat.
Thank you. District Attorney Rye, have you got anything, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, we've also got 2 items, reports that were included, the Canal Township Justice Court statistics. Did anybody want to cover that? Is anybody online or anything that wanted to? Okay, and we've also got the Dayton Township Justice Court statistics. Anybody from Dayton want to cover that? All righty. We're going to go to appointed official reports, and that would be, I guess, we got Shayla and Mr. Haskins here today. Appointed, and no, Josh is the new and improved Jeff Page.
He gets a mule.
Oh, jeez. Anybody from the appointed officials want to have anything to say? Wow.
Andrew's
Alrighty.
probably done.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gray.
In more ways than one. Advisory reports. It looks like Aaron's coming up to give a report.
Commissioner Gray, it appears that Dave Burketta had a report.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see a hand anywhere. So, okay, can we go back to Mr. Burketta then?
Hi, good morning, Commissioner Gray, David Burketta for the record. Can you hear me okay? I'm in the Dayton conference room.
Yeah, there you go. Now I see the hand. I couldn't see the hand before. It kind of fades into the window.
Oh, yeah, it's.
Yeah, sorry, I know some of the screens are small. I just wanted to touch base real quick this morning. I'm in the Dayton conference room and we'd set up this location today to, bring citizens in from Dayton. Anyone who wanted to make comment. And there were about 25 citizens who showed up earlier today. Since then, they've all kind of trickled out of here. There's no one currently here, but it actually worked pretty well. The other thing I just wanted to update you on is at the next board meeting or the following board meeting, I am going to need to seek some direction from the board on what you want to do with effluent user fees. The contract with the Dayton Valley Golf Course is expiring June of this year. And we have not been charging effluent user fees for a variety of reasons. And, the golf course owners are going to request, an extension to waive the fees. So I just wanted to give you a heads up at the next board meeting or the following board meeting after that. I'm going to need some directions and I'll get that agendized. And that's really all I had for an update today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, a quick question. I've got a request I have. So can you be prepared to tell us what you plan to do with that effluent if they, if it can no longer go to the golf course? I mean, you can't say that now, but just be prepared for that one. And the other question I have real quick for the Dayton utilities, our next scheduled rate increase is in January of next year. Is that correct?
You
faced the same question I did. July.
Well, I was going to say it was, no, I believe it's July 1, beginning of the fiscal year.
July 1. Okay, and that would be the final one in the last approved round.
No, I believe there's 2 more. Let me get back to you on that, but I do believe there's 2 more to come this July and next July.
You could give me a holler and let me know. I'd appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir. Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Burketta? Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Aaron. Advisory boards.
Aaron Lopez for the record. I just wanted to clarify a couple of facts because it seems I've gotten quite a few emails on this. There will be 2 trainings next in March. The first one will be the
Okay, hang
handbook
on, hang
training.
on. This
That's
month?
this month.
This March.
Okay.
Okay.
I misspoke. In March. on March 18th at 2 p.m. to be specific. That one is for the handbook training. It's for whoever was appointed the chair this year and whoever was newly appointed who has not been on the board is a requirement for them to attend. However, we do invite everyone to come because usually there is updates and then we always like to sharpen their skills. So everyone's invited, but there's only a requirement for the chairman and the newly appointees. Then we have the open meeting law training on March 23rd at 6 p.m. That is done by the district attorney. So when I was putting the meetings together, I first asked the advisory boards to get back to me like a generality, what their preferences were, nighttime versus daytime versus weekend. So after I got a report back from the board members, I sent out a Google form. I received about 12 responses back of all the boards. So from that, I looked at the dates that I asked them to respond to me on. Some of them would only give me a response of this day or this day when I said all days that you could attend. So what I'm coming down and saying is I did schedule it the best that I could. So a lot of them asked me after that, well, why didn't you schedule it for the day I said I could be there? So I just kind of wanted to clarify how that whole thing worked. It was the best for everyone that I could schedule.
Will you guys be able to post that to the YouTube channel so those that can't make it can still catch it and sign off on it?
Yes. So that was my other thing. Then one of the questions was is if they aren't able to attend, then what? So I was going to say, unless if you want me to bring it back for an agenda item, we could change what we did from last year. If they aren't able to attend, to watch on their time and then to report back to me with like a Google form test that they've completed their training. So if we don't want to continue that, you can give me your recommendation for an agenda item. If not, we'll continue as we did last year.
Not an ideal solution, but it works.
It works and it's hard. I realize that there's a lot of people, there's a lot of movement, and I will send out another email asking the chairmen to please make that announcement at their next meeting. Hopefully then that they can help clarify some of these questions with their board members.
Is there anything we can help you with, like calling these folks and saying, hey, you really need to get this done and do whatever you have to get it done?
If you attend their board meetings, if you could discuss that, would be appreciated. The other thing that I started doing was on Facebook is I made some pictures and then it made a media post to do a community outreach. And so I've been posting their agendas online and then the time that their meetings are. I did make all of the advisory boards a template. They are not the same. Some of them are more generic than the other ones because I asked for a picture that they wanted to donate. Some of them did, some of them didn't. The meat of the conversation is everyone's meetings are being posted. Some of them thought that they were being left out. No one's being left out. And part of the reason why we wanted to do that was to give more social engagement because we found that a big piece of our community outreach that we're missing is the younger generation. And so I felt that if we started publishing it on a Facebook platform, we could start educating, getting some people to understand that those meetings are happening. So, do you have any questions for me?
No, thank you. You're doing a bang up job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to just add a comment to Aaron's discussion. So last night, Commissioner Hockaday, Jacobson, and myself were at the Smith Valley Advisory Board, and I was truly astounded by the number of people after the meeting that came to me and indicated that they had no idea that this board even existed or what their role was. So I think it shows that we need to improve on getting the word out to our communities about the advisory boards, what their role is, and how the public can participate in government affairs through an advisory board. They don't have to drive to YERINGTON to participate. They can actually do it right there in their own backyard.
Mr. Chairman, on a side note, there were some seconds and a bunch of voting on the advisory board minutes and whatnot from the crowd. So I would have to agree that I think the fact that they were trying to second a motion from the cheap seats is an indication that maybe they don't understand.
Okay.
Comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aaron, I just want to thank you. I've get on Facebook every once in a while, and I noticed the new little things that you've been posting, and that's been really good. I think it has helped with attendance, and also I've noticed on the message board at our park in Dayton that the meeting dates for the Dayton Advisory Board are on there. So thank you very much. That's really helping.
Scott Keller, Chairman of the Silver Springs Advisory Board and Central Lyon County Parks Advisory Board. Also attended the Boys and Girls Club, their big event. And one of the things about the Central Lyon County Parks and Recreation is the recreation part is now from the Boys and Girls Club. So that input, like we have an agenda item later on, they should be included or a little bit more into the parks system, I think, instead of being on their own, if that's all possible moving forward. And also, I'll be stepping down after 15 years as advisory board chair in Silver Springs on Monday, because I'll be running for office. So Bridget Perez is stepping up to be the chair for Silver Springs Advisory Board. So appreciate it if you guys could stop by and say hello when we're having our meetings individually and staff, and welcome her, because I know it's a new position for her, and a little encouragement would help. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller, and thank you for all your years of service. Gina Lee from the Dayton Regional Advisory Board.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, good, just checking. So yeah, we had our board meeting last night in Dayton, and we had a good turnout and lively discussion. And we'll be forwarding you more information on that, as we usually do. And I just want to thank Aaron. I did actually see our board announcement on Facebook, and I do hope that that helps as well. So anyway, that's really all that I have for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina. Any other advisory boards? No, that's all right. We are going to go to our consent agenda at this time. The county manager had requested a couple items be pulled. Those were items number
14B as in boy and 14C as in Charles.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion as soon as one is made.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda minus 14B and 14C.
Okay. We have a second. Second. Okay. And just for clarification, sorry, it includes items 12, 13, and 14A. So any discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the consent agenda with those changes, say aye.
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 Opposed? All
Oh, you
righty.
forgot public comment. Yeah, you did.
Any, we'll step back. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, the vote will stand. Okay, planning items.
14B and 14, are we pulling?
No,
or
we pulled, they were pulled.
Oh, pulled
They were pulled
completely.
completely.
Okay, I didn't understand that.
Okay, item number 15. We are going to go to item 15B. We heard 15A earlier and granted continuance. So item 15B, possible action, Stan Lucas, request for extension of time, request to extend the time period in which to record a final subdivision map, or the first in a series of final subdivision maps for the Traditions Village 1 tentative subdivision map approved on May 3rd, 2018, that allowed for a maximum of 312 family residential lots on approximately 110.7 acres, ranging in size from 6,000 square feet to over 20,530 square feet, generally located on the west side of the intersection of Prairie Gate Road. Yeah, Prairie Gate Road and Nevada Station Parkway within the former Traditions planned unit development site located northwest of the US 50 Traditions Parkway intersection, Dayton, Nevada, APN 016-406-09, PLZ 18-0013. And I'm assuming Rob Pizell is going to cover that. Am I wrong?
That's correct. That's correct. For the record, Rob Pizell, Senior Planner. As you'll note in the staff report, under the staff review and comments, under the general information section, this tentative map was approved with a number of conditions of approval. Condition number 1 stated that approval of the tentative map shall not construe acceptance of the final map. Approval of the tentative map shall lapse unless a final map based hereon is presented to the Board of Commissioners within 4 years from the date of such approval, unless a provision for extension of time has been granted. The Board of County Commissioners, with the recommendation from the Community Development Department, may grant the developer a single extension of not more than 2 years within which to record a final map after receiving approval of the tentative map. The applicant to date, and their representative is online as well and will no doubt want to comment. They have made significant progress. There have been some stumbling blocks that they've had to address, which has slowed down the progress of the recording of a final map, one of a series of final maps for the project itself. But they are coming close to the timeline for that 4-year expiration date. For safety's sake and to keep the approval of the tentative map alive, they are requesting this extension of 1 year. They believe that they can finish up the requirements for submittal of the first in a series of final maps for the project within that time frame. Staff's recommending approval of this extension of time. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions. And I do believe Ms. Pansky is on video as well for any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll open up the board. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Pizell, you stated that we could grant a single extension of not more than 2 years, but they're asking for 1 year. Are you confident that 1 year is enough?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion at this point.
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve their request for extension of time as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll open up the board discussion. Any questions, comments, concerns? Anybody from the public want to say anything?
Does Susan want to?
That's what I was looking to see if Susan had any.
I don't have anything to add, but thank you for asking.
Okay. All right, in the absence of any further comments, I will call for the vote. All in favor of granting the extension, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The extension's granted 5-0.
For 1 year.
1 year. Okay, we're going to move back to our regular agenda. County Manager, 16A, for possible actions to discuss. For possible action to discuss and provide direction to the county manager in regards to developing a BDR for the 2023 legislature, which may include discussion of possible topics for BDR, direction to staff to research and come back with information related to a possible BDR, and input from the public on possible topics for BDR. The board may direct staff to prepare a resolution and bring back to the board for further discussion.
Be sure to take your input.
It's getting to be crazy time.
It's just a comment, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at this point, what I'd be interested in hearing from our staff is there any existing NRS that is causing them difficulty in doing their jobs? Or is there something that we can add to NRS that would make their jobs more efficient?
I think it would be easier to ask which laws don't cause it. So I will continue to work with staff on this, but I think there's some concerns that we have with 278, which is always scary to open that back up. And not so much from the perspective that what they're trying, what the law requires, it's that the law says over here one thing, and then in 1974, it got changed in another section of 278, and they sometimes conflict. So I think we can put together a list of some of those concerns. I think the board should seriously consider what they did with the functional home rule and enhancing our abilities greater than what the current law says. I will tell you, I will let you know after November, which will be too late, as to whether that'd be successful or not. Because it truly depends on the makeup of the legislature as to whether we can actually get something through or not, whether it be a Democrat or Republican, or if it's close in the middle, we stand a whole lot better chance if it's one way or the other. But I think that functional home rule piece could be added on to, unless you want to go for complete home rule, which I don't recommend, Because then you've got nobody to blame when you want to do something with fees or taxes.
And we wouldn't get it no matter who's in office.
And just a comment, it is local government autonomy. It is not home rule. Home rule is a deal breaker right from the beginning. So it's local government autonomy.
Yeah.
And then the second part of that is, I'm waiting to hear back from Carson City Health and Human Services, and I don't know that this would necessarily be a BDR, but we may want to sit down with the legislature this next session and discuss researching the ability of the 4 counties to formalize what we've been doing with CCHHS in a more of a something besides an MOU between the state of Nevada and Carson City, giving us a little more legal authority to enter into agreements with Carson City Health and Human Services. There's laws that allow us to do that now, but it's got to go through this whole process and they go to the governor. If the governor doesn't like us or said, no, we don't think you can do it, then giving us that autonomy to decide, set our own future and deal with public and behavioral health issues in the future. So I think there's some things that we can still look at. We're still researching. We are hoping there is some grant dollars available that maybe on the Quad County Health thing to kind of study that process and see what that would look like, how you would fund those kinds of things. But we're waiting to hear back as to whether that grant funding's been approved and can be allocated for us to do that. So I'll have more report on that. And then I don't, there's other people in here. I'm sure certainly that we'll check with department heads, but I'm sure there's other things that we might want to deal with. The things I would caution you on, we stay away from sea tax and water right law.
And horses.
Huh?
And horses.
And horses.
I just have a couple comments and actually hit one on the head. Home rule, if there's something that, specific that we should go after, I think that's would be a good one to go after. And the other thing is maybe checking back in the record. Yeah, every year we generate ideas for, BDRs. Is there something in the past that's come up that may not have gained traction then, but may gain traction now that would be better suited for us now as well?
So one of the things I bring up, not often, but it comes up in the head, is the infamous SB 399 back in 2011, in which we looked at changing the, not changing the fact that justices of the peace were elected, but they were elected in one township, and that we would add a 4th JP to serve as the chief justice. So we had a uniform court system. I don't know that that's necessary today. What we just did, Mr. Foley can attest to it as well as I can, we just did with the courts and dealing with the bail hearing stuff. That is, other laws are forcing us to work closer together than we ever have, where in the past, 12 years ago, that wasn't necessarily the case. But we may want to take a look at some criminal justice reform issues that are out there that are seeing if we can get some of those things to be, instead of cookie cutter approach, to be based upon population or crime demographics versus this is what we're going to do throughout the state of Nevada because we decided that this is what we want. Bail reform is a perfect example. That's one that it has to be cookie cutter approach. It's a constitutional issue, but how Eureka County versus Lyon County versus Washoe County provides pretrial court services. When you're talking to justice court that has 3 cases a month versus 3 justice courts that do 25 to 30 cases a day versus however many justice courts Washoe County has, you can't have a cookie cutter approach to those. So we'll come back and check with staff and see if they have any concerns or issues with it. If you really want to tackle it, we can have a discussion about revenues, but I don't think anyone wants to know.
All righty. Any other further questions to the county manager on that one?
Not really questions. I think you kind of laid out what was in my mind. I just didn't bring them up today because I'm doing some research. So I think when it comes to the local autonomy discussion, maybe Commissioner Henderson and I can put our heads together on that one.
I've been down that road a few times.
Yeah, we've been down that road.
Yes, we
once,
have.
So.
Well, the unfortunate
and then we're just bringing options anyways to look at.
The unfortunate thing for us in the state of Nevada is that unlike the majority of the states around us, Wyoming's probably another state that's similar to us. There aren't many states like this, right? So the majority of our population is one geographic location. The majority of our problems are one geographic location. Where if you go to Ohio or Pennsylvania or some of those types of states. You know, the cookie cutter approach works, but it doesn't always function well. And I don't care what it is. It could be criminal justice reform, whatever, you know, so if we can, and I realize that there are some constitutional limits to that, so we have to be careful with that. But I think we can come up with some ideas for you to consider for putting into a BDR. And that's the next part of this, which isn't agendized, but probably next month, we'll be coming back to you to discuss what we want to do with lobbying in the future. So anyways, that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
And that's why I was kind of pointing out that NACO's gonna start up the 18th on their legislative committee, and we're gonna be doing the same thing there, you know, trying to figure out, you know, which way we're going. And that might actually help us a little bit too, to find out kind of what the direction the other counties are going in, to see what we might want to tackle with our one and only BDR for Lyon County.
And it's better if between the League of Cities and Naco, if the more controversial items are handled by those folks than they are by a single county.
Yeah, and there's a couple of ideas that I have for BDRs, but they would be, I think, best coming from Naco than from Lyon County itself. So
we all got to get in the sandbox and
make hassles.
figure out where we're gonna be.
I think we should vote for a 40-hour work week.
What? You want sleep?
Yeah. Still showing up for work on Saturday?
You get paid based on a 40-hour work week. What's the problem?
All righty. Moving on to item 16B, for possible action, approve a resolution adopting policies for naming county facilities, parks, cemeteries, open space, and drainages. Commissioner Jacobson, sorry.
You've been doing that all day.
I know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this up. I feel like we need public input and give them a voice. And in reading through this document, I'm satisfied. So that's all I have. We've talked about this now at a couple meetings. Thank you.
Okay, well, any other comments?
Yeah, just a comment. I made a comment when we brought this up. I think we should put in a requirement for a supermajority. I realize that is not necessarily required of county commissions, except for when you're dealing with revenue. However, under the local government autonomy bills that were passed in the 2015 session, there is an exception for matters of local government concern or matters of local concern. I believe that the naming of Lyon County facilities definitely qualifies as a matter of local concern, so we could do that. That's would be my preference, but I just put that on the record.
Thank you. Any other comments, concerns, or motions?
Well, we've got the first one here, and we got a couple of tweaks on the second one here, right? So,
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve 16D, or excuse me, B as read, and thank you.
Okay, you know, actually, I will second that one.
second that, you just jumped over me.
Any further discussion?
Just want to note for the record, I would be voting no simply because we don't have the supermajority requirement. However, we do need a policy, so it is what it is.
Okay, looks like there's no more discussion here. Any public comment? All righty. This time call for the vote. All in favor of passing the resolution adopting policies for naming county facilities, parks, cemeteries, open space, and drainages, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
And the resolution passes 4-1. Okay, item 16C, if possible action, approve amended Lyon County administrative policies and procedures 1-5, county commission meetings.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. We present to you an updated revised policy, brings a policy in compliance with the open media law changes that were put into place at the last legislative session, cleans up some other language issues that we've dealt with before. In your packet is the red line version, so you can see the changes that were made. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions?
I just want to move to approve as presented item 16C.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
please, thank you. The only, I was gonna try to get this in before a motion was made, but I was too slow. The only thing in, there's nothing that I see on this, and maybe I'm missing it, regarding the first meeting in even numbered years, which has to be by statute on the first Monday in January. I didn't see it anywhere in here.
Correct, and we can add that to it. The reality is it's covered by law and county code, so this is more for the edification and the information for the board as well as staff on agenda items and how we present at meetings. So we get those things in place.
Yeah, I understand that, but it says regular meetings are held the first and third Thursday of each month. So that would mean, reading just that, then even if we had the meeting on the first Monday of January, we still have to have a meeting on the first Thursday.
And we have done that in the past.
Yeah.
Depending on what was on the
What was
agenda.
happening?
So I'll give you an example. This election, there is a potential to have 3 brand new commissioners. If that happens, that first meeting on Monday is going to be the swearing of, the new people and an all-day workshop to get the 3 new board members up to speed as to what's going on. And then Thursday would be the regular board meeting to address regular board issues. We've done that periodically in the past. In some instances, we've been able to get people, depending on who got elected, what their background was, we've been able to forego that. So, we can add it to the policy, but the reality is it's covered by state statute. Again, this information was so that we deal with department heads and county commissioners who want things on the agenda, so they understand what the rules are, the public reading it at large. If you want to add to it, we can add to it. I just need to move this thing forward because I got more of these coming down the pipe for you guys to review.
No, it was just a comment because I know that there is that requirement that and I misspoke. It's the first meeting of odd numbered years, not even numbered years.
Any further discussion or comments? Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, we're going ahead and take the vote this time. All in favor of passing item 16C as presented, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 16D for possible action, authorize the county manager and staff to move the ARPA workshop to April 14th, 2022.
Mr. Chair, this is before you today. In the meeting in Silver Spring, we talked about the April 8th date. We meet following budgets. The problem is budgets are also, that whole week is spring break. We have a number of staffers that may or may not be here because kids are out of school, people can traditionally take vacation. So we're going to move the budget hearings to the following week. We just want to follow up with the ARPA workshop. But since you made a motion to have it done on the 8th, you needed to come back to the board for your approval.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to authorize the county manager and staff to move the ARPA workshop to April 14th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, any discussion?
I'm for it. I just had contacted you about the local emergency planning. And
We will move that meeting.
okay, and I'm filling in April's schedule now, so that's kind of why I got a hold of you before and make sure I can get it on.
If you look at that meeting moved, I'll reach out to the co-chair and see what works for him. And
Okay, thank you very much.
And just for the record, I will be gone that week.
Yeah.
Don't think so.
Seriously?
No, the week before.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
like, well, wait a second, why are we going that week if you're not going to be here?
And the budget meetings have been moved to the 13th as well.
Correct.
Okay.
I was gonna say you can't be gone that week
No,
because,
I won't be.
yeah.
I would
Who
never
do
miss
we
a
burn
fun-
at the stake if
I
you're
would
not
never,
here?
I would never miss a fun filled exciting thing.
Any further comments, or questions from the board? Any public comment? All righty.
Aye.
Yeah, no, so we'll call for the vote. All in favor of moving the, you guys threw me off track.
That train just went.
Yeah, it did. Oh, no, I had to look back. I'd already crossed it off. I'm like, did I already take that vote? All right, all in favor of authorizing the county manager and staff to move the ARPA workshop to April 14th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, item 16E for possible action. Discussion and direction in reference to allocating park construction tax to park improvement projects in the Central Lyon corridor to direct staff to provide a list of potential projects requested by Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I asked for this. We had part of the discussion at our last meeting regarding ARPA funds, and it was noted that there are park construction tax dollars available to pay for some of those repairs. I thought we already had a list, but so I'm going to stop right there and see.
Mr. Chair, I'll bring Mr. Foley up to give you a better briefing than I could.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been such a quiet day. We knew we were going to see you at some point.
Josh Boyd, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. So we have a number of projects that the Parks Department has looked at, some that they recommended for ARPA funding, and some, when this request came forward, I'm like, well, give us the total amount that you're interested in doing. And so they put this together to bring to the Board of County Commissioners for the discussion today. So I don't have a lot more discussion than that, other than I will try and make the budget hearing a little more fun-filled for Jeff's delight.
Yeah, because if I may.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I actually brought the agenda item from last month, and I had come to a total in the Central Line corridor of $302,000, and the list that we have today is $458,000 because there have been some more projects added. But the way the agenda item is written, I don't know if we can actually take action to allocate park construction tax money today.
I think you can, I think the DA allowed us to write this broad enough. You could take action today if you wish to, or in case there wasn't a list available from parks in time, you could have directed staff to come back. You can still direct staff to come back with information. So my understanding, and you can ask the DA if he wants to opine on that, is that it's written broadly enough to allocate park construction tax to these projects.
Okay, I got a question for Mr. Henderson. Sorry, you were looking the
No,
wrong
you're
way.
fine.
I couldn't get your attention. So I thought the intent of getting this list was because we were going to be doing the ARPA workshop in April, and you wanted to have what that total, what that all looked like. I didn't realize your intent.
Money on ARPA funds.
Yeah, I didn't think we were actually talking about today the park tax fund.
That was my intent.
Jeff, can you bring that back up?
Was to authorize park tax fund for the projects in the Central Lyon County.
So you want to
corridor.
basically wipe out the Central Lyon County Parks Tax Board with our fund without the board meeting and considering any of this. When if you go back in history, there's the whole reason why we've been trying to build up money into that account is because it's going to cost us over $1 million if we're ever going to get lighting in a regional park called Mark Twain for the baseball fields.
Well,
I mean, so we're going to do all this little stuff, and then still never be able to get those ball fields lit up that we've been working towards for years now.
my goal is to clear the backlog of repairs and maintenance in our parks. Now,
Parks tax was never set up for repairs and maintenance. It's for new parks. It's new construction. Why are we throwing all that money at? I will argue this till the end of today. I mean, let's just take it. But you guys better just settle it. We ain't going nowhere.
Here, I'm gonna get out of the way.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah.
Because you're just wiping out without talking to the citizens. You want to take action on something without talking to an advisory board, or anything.
What I asked.
We will argue this.
We can argue all we want. Because we have a possibility of spending ARPA money to do this. However, we have some parks money that is getting close to being returned. I do not want any parks money returned.
What's in jeopardy and when?
So Josh Boyd,
I will
Lyon
lower
County
my
Comptroller,
voice.
for the record, what I recommend to the board, advisory board, Board of County Commissioners, is that you spend it within 3 years of collection. Statute isn't exactly that clear. Statute says you have to spend it within 3 years of completion of subdivision, or the money goes back to the property owners. And trying to figure out who gets what is very problematic. And so my recommendation is that we always spend so that you have 2 years of revenue sitting there, and that we can't really save up for a 5 or 6 year period for the project.
I will specify the question. Out of $687,632.39, how much is in jeopardy right now that needs to be spent?
I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but I can go find out and bring it back.
Can we take a break?
Absolutely. Yeah, let's
Thank you.
get that number because I think we need to know that before we make a decision. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. Hey, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Sorry, the break went a little bit longer than we anticipated. Commissioner Jacobson, you had something you wanted to say, sir?
With the construction tax supposedly going to new equipment, I just did some quick figures and it looks like if we added the swing sets, the basketball and pickleball courts, swing sets, 279,000 covers all new equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something you want to say, Josh?
I was going to answer Commissioner Keller's question if you'd like. but
Okay, go ahead.
I can wait till whenever you guys.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot you had a question on
I'm
the
fine
table.
sitting down back there.
No, you're staying right there.
Okay.
yell at you.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. So the amount that we recommend be spent by June 30th of this year, so it's not in jeopardy of being returned, would be $45,549.79 as of today. And I can go into future years if the board cares. I'd rather be prepared than not if the question comes in.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keller, on behalf of the Parks Board, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a little bit of history on some of this stuff because some people, being on the Parks Board for 14 years, we kind of gone different directions. One of the things we look at is equality on how we represent the people, how the citizens are. And it's kind of like you don't pay much on your property tax normally for the Parks Department, but that's not park tax fund, but the property tax that you pay. So most like in Santa Maria Ranch area, they pay like $18 a year in park tax, or to support the things. Same person pays out on the 5 Mile or whatever, and he isn't represented in the same way. So we tried to bring it to where we get the dollars go to the same place. That's why we went to regional parks. Because we don't have the people to work on the parks and travel to all the different ones. So we've been doing that. We also do stuff like leverage. So like if you wanted to do something within your community, you could fundraise, go to get grants, do whatever you want to. And then the county has a little bit of money to put toward that. So you leverage the money as best you can. When we first looked at doing ballpark lighting, I think it was like 8 years ago. And it was $200,000 to light the ball field. It's over $1 million now. So how do we go about that except for one-time funding? That's why ARPA funds would be a great spot of that would go toward that, or PILT funds or something like that. We leverage the money. We don't do anything else. You've already approved $77,000. And all you have to do is spend 48. Another thing is being in construction. I know right now is not the time to go out and do these construction jobs. It's going to cost you, you're not going to get what you want. You're going to spend more money than what it's worth. A lot of these are stuff that is kind of grandfathered in. We don't have to address it right now. We can address it next year. It's on the list, so we can always address it. But we were trying to on the Parks Board address things that the public came to us and asked for, not that we just decided randomly to put out there. What is the demand? That's why I mentioned the Boys and Girls Club earlier, because they're the recreational part of this. What is their input into this? As far as they're looking for kids that need to do this or that, right? To give an example, the school system is a good trial and error thing, and they put in a bunch of the it's called Frisbee golf, and they all sit standing now without anybody using them. And so they're all out around the ball things, but they're not getting the demand that they used to have. It was like a fad. But the schools actually tell us where the demand is too. So between the schools, the people in the community, that's why we go through the advisory boards, we go through the Parks Board, and then bring it to you so that we can make sure that the demand is there that we need, and not just put this on there. I don't know if anybody of you, has anybody asked you about pickle courts? Because no one has, except 2 people that I've ever had it brought up, and that's recent.
I asked, I will say, I'll go on the record saying I did ask, oh my gosh, our facilities guy about either a pickleball court or a tennis court at Patriot Park to replace the volleyball court.
You did it to solve a problem, trying to figure out
Well, not only solve a problem, but to provide a resource that's going to be used.
So normally we take the input, the drive from the community. That's what drives every project. Or by a health and safety standard. So if you put in a new swing set, the curbing and everything, it's changed over the years. So but there is some things that we don't have to do right away because it's kind of grandfathered in because it's already existing there. But if we go to put something new, then that's when the rest falls into place. So it isn't something that needs to be done today. It could go through the community and everything else. You've already allocated more money than that needs to be spent. If anything, put more money into the parks so we can get some bigger projects done, get some of the lighting done so we can have ball fields. That gets the community together. I know when Fernley got their lights, it changed everything as far as having softball leagues and everything else that we could do. You can't do that with swing sets. And so I spend more money toward the other direction, getting the most use out of your money.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns, motions? Yeah.
Chairman? I don't know how to raise my hand. This is Doug Homestead, Facility Director.
Hey, Doug.
But the problem we're having is we're trying to get some curbing done to make these playgrounds safer around the swing sets and stuff. And the problem we've had with Central is they haven't had a meeting for I don't know how many months now. And we get a bid from a contractor and 6 months down the road, we say, okay, we finally got approval. And now the price has gone up. So either the Central Board needs to start meeting on a regular basis so we can get these projects through them and then to you, so you can make the final approval, or it's not going to work very well.
Thanks, Doug. May I? Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Homestead?
Yes.
This list that I have from last meeting. Never mind. I'm gonna drop this right now. I realized, you know, that regional parks are a good thing. You know, they do help. However, we can't ignore our neighborhood parks. You know, not everybody's going to jump in a car and go to a regional park. They might just want to go down the street and get on a swing set or whatever. For the we need things for kids to do in their neighborhood. So I am not in favor of reserving all park money for regional parks. And also, I think we need to, while we have a chance, take care of our backlog. I'm not opposed to using ARPA money for some of it, but I'm also do not want to see park construction tax money go back. So if Mr. Foley said there's roughly $46,000 in parks construction tax money that we need to spend, what I would like to do is make a motion to provide direction to staff to bring us back projects that are ready now, don't prioritize them somewhere in the neighborhood of $46,000 so that we can then look at allocating park construction tax money for that.
Would you take a friendly amendment, getting input from the Parks Board? If they meet.
You already have allocated 77,000 of that money. That comes out of that 46. You've already allocated, you've already approved 77,000 according to this.
No, well, one of that was approved for ARPA.
No, I meant out of park tax. You've approved 77,000 already.
Okay.
So it already covers that 46 that we have to catch up to.
Okay, the motion still says.
Okay, I'm sorry, where was it approved? I'm not seeing on the list approved, and I didn't get a list, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yep,
see,
it was.
well, this one says it's already approved, curbing has not.
Okay.
So
part of it was approved and part of it was not.
This is Doug Homestead, Facility Director. Yeah, on those three that have been approved, the swing set has already been approved, but the curbing is not. And so we can't put the swing set in without the curbing too.
Okay. All right, we got it now. I don't
that
list was in my backup.
Yeah, that total equals the curbing and the swing set.
Okay, so we have a motion. So do we have a second?
I guess I have a question on that. So, Mr. Homestead, you're saying that we already own the swing sets. We have not paid for the curbing.
No, we don't have, they're not ordered yet.
Oh, okay.
And another problem we're having is getting contractors to even come give us a price on this stuff. But we had one go out with us, and that's what he gave us with the curbing and swing sets. Those are the prices that were available, but I don't know what exactly the number. Maria would have that number of what the swing sets are actually costing.
Well, I don't know if the other commissioners would agree, but I think the swing set's more fun than the curbing, so I would.
You gotta have the curbing to hold in the soft material so they don't fall and hurt themselves and sue us.
Roger that.
They go together. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Hang on one quick second. So the motion was to bring back for the 46, whatever number, right?
Yes.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, any public comment? Anything online, Mr. Page? Okay. Call for the vote. All in favor of Commissioner Henderson's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-0. Okay, it's the comptroller's turn. Item 17A.
I did it with the sing song.
Approve additional cost to hold bail hearings within 48 hours and the estimated amount of $138,506 from a contingency budget transfer, which includes the addition of a vehicle for 4 new positions, pretrial services supervisor, pretrial services officer, and 2 control room operators.
Josh Boyd, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. So we've been enjoying the mandate that the legislature gave us. So we're just trying to figure out how we implement it and what timing we implement it. I did put together a estimated cost, which showed what we're asking for today for this fiscal year, plus a total for on an annualized basis, what that would be. And some of these items we're going to be requesting through the budget process coming up because they are for next fiscal year. The county manager put together a number of meetings with the sheriff's office, including the jail, the district attorney's office, the 3 justice courts, court services, public defender, myself, county manager, and HR. Yeah, we had a whole bunch. And we even included IT, but he didn't come. We just corresponded back and forth. He was on a mountaintop, I think. Anyways, the recommendation to the board at this point is we take a look at adding 2 court services positions, one of them being a supervisor position, to the existing 1 court services position. The thought process is we're going to have a person doing risk assessments and putting up the court calendar together 7 days a week. So to provide 7-day-a-week coverage and not having people work 3 weeks in a row when people are sick or on vacation or so on and so forth, it only makes sense to put 3 positions in that. And you can stagger those positions. You just have to be careful when everyone's on vacation, or not everyone. When some of the people are on vacation or sick. And so that's really the heart of what we're looking at here. They're going to also take some of the duties from the jail staffing currently, admin staffing for jail, to be able to take bail money that gets received by the control room operators, take that money and distribute it out to the courts, because there are times when that's, depending on vacation, sick leave, and workload, when that doesn't get done as timely as it would need to be done. So the justice of the peace has a hearing in court and says, well, we sentence you to so and so forth fine, and there's no bail mentioned, but the bail has been paid. And so they're not aware of it at that time, or even remitting it off to other courts and other jurisdictions. So that would be part of the function of the court services. division, that court services would be in charge of setting the bail hearing calendars, possibly even the court calendars for the justice courts going forward. The existing software has that capability. We're going to have to purchase additional software licenses for it so that everyone has access to it. As an example, right now, if a public defender wants to get a probable cause sheet and a risk assessment, all of that, they're supposed to get it far enough in advance that they can actually prepare before the bail hearing happens. That isn't always occurring currently, and we're not even on the 48-hour requirement yet. And so one discussion was these pretrial services officers can get all that information together, upload it into the software, provide access to all the public defenders, district attorneys, the justice courts. Not me though, I don't want access. And so everyone can pull it up as soon as it's available, do their due diligence so that they can do their proper job for the defendants and prosecution, and also notify any victims that they like for that hearing in a timely manner. So that is the heart of this. We would need one additional vehicle to do this. The justice courts are asking, because they're going to 7 days a week, if we can add a judge in the rotation, Judge Pro Tem, so that each justice of the peace only has to cover 1 week in the month. So basically they'd be working a weekend, and the next week during that rotation for them. And hopefully it's not a lot of hours on Saturday and Sunday and holidays, but we don't know yet. We'll find that out. The other thing that the district attorney's office has recommended and the courts are looking at is doing a bail release matrix. So depending on the severity of the offense and the background of the offense, the risk, that the court services officer and or the jail, once someone is booked, can release them without bail because they're not a risk to not show up to court, which is what the bail hearings for, or the bail is for, is to make sure they're going to show up to court. It's not punitive, it's not fees or anything else. It's really just to make sure that they show up to court. But all of that part of it will be implemented by July 1st. So most of it's not going to impact right now. The district attorney's office, because their attorneys are going to be working weekends, and again, not until July 1st, so it's not in the request today, but they've asked if we can do something similar to what the other counties are doing, which is look at additional pay for the for their staff, the attorneys that show up. The regular admin staff, they're already covered, they get overtime pay, but the attorneys, to keep them and remain competitive with the other jurisdictions around, we're looking at a stipend for each one of the attorneys. It comes out to a little over $26,000 a year for the attorneys. Again, that's next year's budget, but we're gonna have to buy a few supplies now, like computers, laptops for the admin staff to take home so they can actually do the hearings from home, and we don't have to pay as much in the way of overtime going to the office and coming back and so on and so forth. On the jail side, they're requesting to stay current on all of their paperwork and processing for these bail hearings, to have 2 additional control room operators. And they actually asked for 4. We're recommending 2 at this time. And then those, of course, come with overtime and shift differential costs. And so that's basically what we're looking at this point. The public defenders, no additional requests at this time, but starting July 1st, they're looking at adding another attorney plus admin staffing. And of course, an attorney, you have to provide additional office space and office supplies and all of those things. So they're looking about $150,000, which in reality just covers one attorney. So the $150,000 doesn't seem unreasonable at this point. So that gives you a snapshot of a number of months of work and discussions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Any questions for Mr. Foley? Comments, concerns from the board?
Just a comment. Turn the mic back on. Somebody shut me off over here. You were saying that hopefully we wouldn't have too much of this on the weekend. Isn't that when everybody gets picked up? I can see a whole lot going on Sundays. So are we gonna hold court and church at the same time? I was just trying to figure out how we're gonna work this.
Memorial Day weekend Sunday.
Mr. Chair, so Potentially, I mean, we received input from Lieutenant Barnes from the jail, I don't know, a couple weeks ago in a meeting that the weekend prior, they had 19 arrests out of one, I think it was one arrest of 19 people. That happens from time to time. If the courts and the DA and public defenders get the pre-release matrix figured out, a lot of those people will get booked in the process. When they're sobered up, they'll be released. They won't have to go to a bail. So that's part of that process. I, like a lot of people, I struggle with, there's two sides in this issue. One of them is if I get popped for DUI tonight, I'm going to be out of jail before tomorrow morning because I can afford to post the $3,000, $4,000, whatever it is, bail. Where
Well, if your wife lets you.
there is always that. Absent her permission, I can afford to get out, right? Where if somebody who's working a couple of minimum wage jobs gets popped for DUI under the current system, they're not going to, if they get popped tonight and they're still intoxicated tomorrow, they're not going to get a bail hearing until Monday under the current system. And so that is the challenge that we battle with. But I also look at what's it going to do to our recidivism rate. So we'll have to wait and see what that is. But overall, yeah, the weekends are traditionally the busier, but if certain things work out with the courts and pretrial services, it may not be as big of an impact. I have been asked by actually several people outside of criminal justice system in regards to not the pretrial service officers, but the CROs, and how is it any more of an impact? That is probably the most misunderstood job we have in the criminal justice system. So not only do they sit up in the control room and watch the inmates and open and close doors, those kinds of things, they're also responsible for the booking side of it. And I don't mean any disrespect to sworn staff, but sworn staff does not do a good job with data entry. It's kind of boring. So they focusing on that. When we have significant releases during the week, that just adds to their workload. So by having us, the sheriff's able to provide, because they're working 12-hour shifts, so you get an additional CRO on this day shift, an additional CRO on that day shift, so you can take care of those releases. Monday through Friday, those those bail hearings are conducted at noon, and the weekends will be conducted sometime in the morning. So you have the staffing to get all that taken care of, and then process all the release and get all the people out in a timely manner. Because the challenge we've had in the past is once somebody's been ordered to be released, it's not like at your leisure. You can't keep people confined in jail any longer than is absolutely necessary once a court has ordered them to be released or they have paid bail. And so that is the challenge for the sheriff, is getting them out in an expeditious manner once the release has been authorized.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments, concerns?
Just a comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You did answer my question on the pro tem, because when I read it, I said 1 weekend every 4 weeks. I was looking at one pro tem, but I understand now that they're going to rotate, and that's great. I do know that they need the help. Inspecting the jail, I know that there are requirements, and this new unfunded mandate is going to be a significant one. So obviously I support the contingency budget transfer. And by the way, the acronym CRO, CRO, is Control Room Operator. I'll also agree that when I was a sworn officer there working in the jail, I hated the in-processing. So yeah, it just isn't something that we do. So I agree, we need to get the control room operators trained and ready to roll, because it's going to be something very important for us to stay out of trouble.
Mr. Chair, if I could, if this agenda item is approved, we're going to have approximately 185,000 left in contingency that hasn't been allocated. That doesn't mean it isn't currently being spent. As an example, fuel costs are significantly higher than what we originally budgeted for. Interestingly enough, the sheriff has been doing research into the number of deaths, coroner calls that he's had, and those are up substantially, which means we have a significant amount of coroner expenses to the Washoe coroner's lab. And by substantial, we're probably talking $180,000 to $200,000 more than budgeted. So It's not like we have control over that. That's a whole different thing that's in God's realm, not mine. So, thank goodness. So just so that you're aware, we probably are going to need to be very careful from this point forward on the amount of contingency or any contingency items that come up for the rest of this year.
Just real quick, again, the state, state legislature swears they don't pass unfunded mandates and push those down to the counties. And yet again, we have another one. So it's, I don't know, it's just really disheartening that they say one thing and do another. Commissioner Keller.
So since they loosened up the reins on ARPA funds, can we put ARPA in contingency?
So the reality is, if the board chooses to allocate ARPA funds for any purposes governmental, which would include any of these costs, absolutely the board can allocate those that way. The other thing, I hate to do it because it costs money. It's not a lot of money, but that's just the way I am, is we are receiving more consolidated tax this year than we budgeted. So we can actually do a augmentation if we want, but because it has a tax rate, state law requires us to advertise that in the paper before we do it in that fund. So it would cost probably $300-400 to do that. If we can get away without doing that, I would prefer that option.
We probably really should look at maybe some ARPA funds to shore that up, just to provide for any contingency.
We'll have a whole meeting on it.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we're gonna have a.
Yep. Commissioner Jacobson, you had your hand up?
No, I still feel if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, but whatever.
That's so old school.
Especially for DUIs. I gotta agree with you on that one.
Absolutely.
That's yeah, not a, you know, if you're drunk or not, you know, if you're taking the chance. I'm sorry. Okay, looking for a motion at this point.
Say move to approve as presented.
Second.
Second.
We got a motion in a couple seconds. Any further comment by the board?
Mr. Chair.
Can that be asked in open?
Could, I
forum?
guess.
Yeah, so
Mr. Ryan.
we got a motion in a second, so we can open up to board questions. So.
Oh, don't look so happy.
Yeah, the DA is not looking too happy today.
I'm happy. Yeah.
Do we still have that lie detector test down at headquarters, chief?
Mr. Wright, do I need to disclose anything on this or recuse myself from this item since it concerns the jail?
No. And just that, if I understand correctly, you have some relationship to somebody that's involved in medical.
Yes.
Under contract.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Just want to make sure to get you in trouble, or get us in trouble.
Get you in trouble.
Yeah, get you in trouble.
Oh, I share.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to second. Is there any further discussion? Any public comment? Saying none of the above, we'll take the vote this time. All in favor of, should I read that correctly? Yeah, all in favor of approving additional cost to hold, to approve additional cost to hold bail hearings within 48 hours, an estimated amount of $138,506. Boy, that's a precise number. From a contingency budget transfer, which includes the addition of a vehicle and 4 new positions. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Community development. Oh boy, poor Andrew. Okay, presentation only, a presentation of the business impact statement that was presented to that was prepared for the cannabis consumption lounge ordinance in accordance, say that 5 times fast, with NRS 237.030 to 237.150 inclusive.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. Yeah, this is a quick item. State law requires us to prepare a business impact statement for this particular ordinance. And so that's what we've done, and we have to present it at the meeting before the hearing, immediately before the hearing. The impact statement itself was attached to the agenda. The process was we sent out notice to the cannabis companies in Lyon County that are existing. Obviously, we don't have any consumption lounges. So didn't notice any consumption lounges. We also sent out notice to the chambers and to some of the cannabis business associations that are statewide. We received no comments back. So I just want to throw that out there. And we would like to find in that there was no significant impact. That's it.
Thank you for the presentation. Human Services for presentation only. Presentation on Lyon County Human Services Senior Nutrition Program and March for Meals campaign. One of my favorite times of the year.
I put it in the drive. The one on the car right there. Oh, there it is.
We have a new job for you when you're ready.
Click stuff. Let me reorient myself. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. I've brought Rebecca Williams here with me today. We want to share with you guys about our March for Meals campaign and our programs that we have within our senior services. So this year is an exciting March for Meals year. As you all might have read the media release that Rebecca Williams had sent out, it marks the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act edition of the nutrition program. It was added under Nixon in 1972. Every year here in Lyon County, we join in on the national campaign to bring local awareness to the issue of senior hunger and overall health of our senior citizens. I'd like to highlight the programming under our Senior Services Division, as the entire campaign focuses on critical programs to address food insecurity and malnutrition, combat social isolation, enable independence, and improve health for our seniors for years to come. We do this through all of this amazing programming offered through Senior Services. So it is far more than just a home delivered meal. And when you consider home delivered meals, that's also our congregate nutrition. So our March for Meals campaign, we utilize to help with the overhead costs of each of our centers. However, home delivered meals is probably one of the most crucial programs we offer to helping our most at-risk seniors stay independent longer and age in place longer. But all of these things go into place for them as well. So even individuals that are technically homebound and are eligible for home delivered meals, they still require assistance getting to their doctor's appointments. So we offer them medical transportation. We also, through all of the amazing things that COVID did offer us in our ability to get them tablets, we were able to train all of our home delivered meal clients in technology use. So if they do have telehealth available to them, they now have a tablet and they're able, and they've been trained by a case manager on how to use it, and also use that to reduce their isolation. So not just connect with their doctor, but connect with their family. The health and wellness activities are tied into that. Rebecca was amazing at implementing some evidence-based activities via Zoom. So that way our folks that were all isolated during COVID had access. But now that we're open, our home delivered meal clients who aren't able to come in for their health reasons and their inability to leave the home for whatever else would have made them eligible for that program, now they can still have access to other programs via that tablet, which is pretty amazing. We also have some other stuff that we do. They do case management for them and helping them make sure that they are maximizing all of their benefits and making those limited income stretch, which is probably the hardest part, which gets us into this next slide. So when it comes to the issue, 21.2% of our population, so that's a Lyon County statistic, is over the age of 65. 8.4% of them are living at the poverty level. So
When you consider what a fixed income looks like for an individual that is retired, and you consider increasing cost of rent, increasing cost of food, increasing cost of all of those things, it is much harder for them to maintain quality nutrition, which is another reason why this program and why March for Meals is so critical. Our seniors living alone has also continued to increase across the state of Nevada. And in 2019, Nevada was one of the top 10 states with the highest senior food insecurity rates, which is pretty phenomenal to consider. But we do have a really high rate of aging individuals moving here as well, so it makes sense. But nonetheless, food insecurity for seniors has continued to rise steadily since 2013, which is why it is so critical that we continue to support these programs and continue to raise awareness within our communities about them. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Rebecca Williams, who's going to share more about specifically what the division's been doing and wrap it up from there.
Hey, thank you. So Rebecca Williams, Division Manager for Senior Services, and I have the honor of working with all 4 of our senior centers throughout Lyon County, both in the centers and then visiting them in their homes. Last year, or fiscal year 21, we delivered almost 57,000 home delivered meals throughout the county. And our 4 drivers drove almost 60,000 miles. So we go from the very top of YERINGTON all the way out to Fernley, way past almost to Fallon and into Mound House. So we cover a large area, and anywhere that there's a dirt or gravel road, we will get there. We did continue to see increases in our in-center meals, particularly when we started seeing the spikes at the grocery stores. So it's not just our home delivered meals that have increased, it's our in-center participation, because you really can't go anywhere and get a great hot meal that's well balanced for $2. I mean, it's an amazing, amazing meal. I have the clicker, I have all the power. So our goals for this coming year is to reestablish our fundraising in our YERINGTON and our Silver Springs area. These 2 particular counties or parts of the county were really hard to sustain fundraising while we were closed to the public. The Silver Springs Senior Center was fortunate enough to be able to open their thrift shop during COVID shutdown because they had a separate entrance for the public and they could just go in there like a regular grocery store or shopping center. But we are able to see increases in our Dayton facility and our Fernley Senior Center, a lot of more community involvement and participation in our fundraisers. This year, we're also realizing a goal of over 2% higher than our last fiscal year fundraising. And we've already got some events scheduled, as you can see in your packet. But in Dayton, we have March 10th, Dine Out Day at Dayton Porta Subs from 3 to 7. They'll be giving a portion of their proceeds from those hours to the Dayton Senior Center. On the 15th at the Senior Center itself, we'll be having a Taco Tuesday. So they'll have street tacos and we encourage you to stop by. The 26th, they'll be Fill the Boot at the Smith's parking lot. So they'll have seniors out there along with our staff helping fundraise. And thank you to the local fire departments and the volunteer fire departments. They're contributing staff to help with that. Fernley, we had our Mardi Gras celebration on Tuesday. That was very popular and they raised almost $500 at that event. So thank you if you swung by and picked up a fantastic New Orleans style meal. This Saturday, they have Fill the Boot, not the boat, although a boat would be nice to fill with money to help support the centers. And they'll be at various locations throughout Fernley and very well marketed as far as their signage. So you should be able to find them relatively easy. They'll be at the Big R, the Quick Stop, and the Greater Nevada Credit Union over by Walmart. On the 19th, they have bingo at the Fernley Senior Center. And Silver Springs, they're doing an all month long 50-50 raffle, as well as the Shamrocks display. So you can buy a Shamrock and write your name on it, puts up on the wall. And then they're working on getting a spaghetti dinner and a bingo paired up with that. YERINGTON, which has our very newest supervisor. She started the end of January and has already started fundraising for that center. She's a cookbook that they're putting together of all the contributions from congregate and community members. And then she's worked with the Porta Subs down here on the 15th from 3 to 8:30. You can dine out there, and they're donating a portion of their proceeds for that, for the YERINGTON Senior Center. And while we make our push in March, because we can partner on the national level for advertising and promotion, we accept donations all year long. So if you'd like to donate or come help out at the center or help at an event, we encourage you to contact your local senior center or myself or Shayla. We'd be happy to connect you. And we're happy to accept any funds that anybody would like to help contribute. Big audience,
Yeah.
but the best ones stayed. So yes, thank you. Any questions?
Are we doing the ride-alongs this year?
You can do that at any point. Yes, sorry. Can do
Okay.
that at any point in time. And you can, if you haven't been contacted by the senior center, so Bob for Dayton, for you two folks, you can just reach out to me by email and make sure to get you connected. But yes, their route has built up significantly. They're in the 50s right now, and they were down in the 30s. So it's a pretty full day to ride along with any of our drivers, but certainly encourage you to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do for the seniors, and you guys deliver here to the commissioner chambers. Since I'm
Yeah,
an
a few
old
of you-
guy.
A few of you qualify.
Yeah, some of us qualify, but no, I do appreciate what you're doing for the seniors, and I know we're not down in Smith Valley yet, but someday maybe.
Yeah, is the note there, so almost.
Thank you, ladies.
Working on it.
Thanks, guys.
No.
All right, moving on, board appointments and resignations. Item 20A for possible action. Declare the seat held by Neil Block from the Stagecoach Advisory Board as vacant due to his passing.
Move to accept.
We have a motion, with a second. Second. Any discussion? All in favor of accepting or all in favor of the declaration of the openings, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moving on to 20B, if possible action, appoint up to 3 members to the Stagecoach Advisory Board with 1 term expiring December 31st, 2022, and 2 terms expiring December 31st, 2023. There, besides the names that are on here, there were 2 more late backup items that came in. Did everybody get those?
Yeah, Charles.
Okay,
and,
Charles
Cassandra.
Schilling, Cassandra Riviera, yes. Okay, just want to make sure of that. I'll open the floor for any questions, comments, concerns, or motion.
I'd just like to make a motion.
Commissioner Keller, go ahead with your motion, please.
Okay, I would like to move to, hang on one second, read that one more time, because there's 3,
3.
up to 3 members with 1 expiring 22 and 1 23.
223.
Okay, 2, yeah. Just getting that in my head before I say anything. So I would like to fill the 2 vacant expiring December 31st, 2023 with Charles Shirley and Cassandra Abiero.
Do you want to?
And the other one is just a 1-term expiring December 31st, 2022. And I actually didn't have a preference. Did you have a preference?
Yeah, actually, I would like to go on ahead and have Amanda Bernand.
Okay, I was gonna go with her, but I wasn't sure if anybody had a different one. So, so that would be Charles Shirley, Cassandra Abiero, expiring December 31st, 2023, and Amanda Bernand, expiring December 31st, 2022.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Mr. Keller?
Is any one of those sitting on the board right now?
I'm sorry, state your name for the
Scott
record.
Keller. Is anyone sitting on the board right now?
Does not appear that they are. Are any of those current
I know
applicants?
Amanda's.
No, are you saying are there 3 on the board or 5?
There's 5 on the board, but there's 3 openings right now.
Right. I think that's what he was asking. If there's 5 now or 3.
Okay, got it. It was never reduced. There's 5 members.
No, I like, did someone's term end and they reapplied? Is what I'm.
Yeah,
We
he was
just
wondering if
accept
one
it.
of these was
You know,
already
like if
on
I
the
was sitting
board,
on
Gotcha.
and I don't believe so.
No, I don't think any of these are already on the board. Actually, I would say, no, none of them are on the board, looking at them. So we had public comment. So all in favor of Commissioner Keller's motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations to Amanda, Charles, and Cassandra. Item 20C for possible action, appoint up to 2 members to the Central Lyon County Park Advisory Board with one term expiring December 31st, 2022, the other expiring December 31st, 2023. We have 2 applicants, Gina Lee and Catherine Adaman.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we appoint Gina Lee to the Central Lyon County Parks and Advisory Board with a term expiring December 31st, 2022, and Catherine Adaman to the board with a term expiring December 31st, 2023.
Second.
So we have a first and a couple seconds. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right, for possible action, approve the amended Lyon County Citizen Advisory Handbook. And that will be Aaron Lopez.
Erin Lopez for the record. As Jeff previously stated, we went through the updates of the open meeting law and also some of the updates that we had done last year with the Zoom and some of those processes. So we incorporated that into the handbook. And if you guys have any questions.
No questions?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve 21A as read.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor? So be consistent.
I just wanted to thank Erin for all the work she does. with
Thank you,
the
Erin.
Advisory boards, because they are vital, and you play a big part in that. So thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0. I hope public comment. You popped in during the public comment.
I had a comment. I popped it.
That's okay. We are going to adjourn to reconvene as the Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board. Item number 22, public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. Do we have any public comment? Okay, moving on to item 23 for possible action, review and accept district manager reports and minutes.
Move to approve.
I'll
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Was that a hand or was that a, I don't know, or? Okay.
I'm ready to mark it off.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't, you brought your hand up like that. So, okay, all in favor of the motion for item 23A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. 24, public participation. Seeing none, we're going to adjourn and reconvene as the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. So we're going to go on to agenda requests. We're going to go ahead and start at the right this time. Commissioner Hockaday,
I am done talking. Thank you.
stick a fork in me, huh? Commissioner Anderson,
I'm good.
Commissioner Keller,
I'm good.
Commissioner Jacobson.
I'm good.
Okay, I do have a couple. One, I would like to discuss the upcoming utility bill raise in July. And possibly see, get some input on that and see whether or not we can postpone that based on everything that's gone on with the increases in the cost of living and everything else that's going on. And can't read my own writing there. Well, I guess that's it. So I can't read that one. Okay. All right, and we are going to have a closed session today, correct? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to the commissioner's comments. We'll start with Commissioner Keller this time. We'll throw her. It wasn't mine. You have any comments, Commissioner Keller?
No, I was just saying odd bum humbug or something about a closed session.
Humbug? I know, I try to get through this. I bit my tongue a lot of times. It may not have seemed like it.
Okay,
Go to
so, no, I'm good.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a STEM festival tonight at Fernley High School. I'll be grilling nitrate hot dogs and there'll be some food there, but excellent STEM projects by students from North Lyon. And I would also like to wish Mr. Hockaday and his lovely bride Deb a wonderful vacation.
Thank you very much. I'll enjoy it.
I want to go, I want to stow away in the suitcase.
Sorry,
Commissioner
you started
Hockaday.
those on lip balms or-
Again, I'm finished, but I do appreciate the comment. So we will sit on the beach and enjoy ourselves drinking.
Yeah, have a Mai Tai for me, please.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Henderson.
I have nothing further.
And I have nothing either. Thank everybody. Thank you guys for today. And we are going to recess and prepare for the closed session. I didn't really want to, but okay. We'll open it up for public participation this time. Is there anybody that's got any comments? Yeah, well, there is online. There's quite a few people online, believe it or not. They are. Wake up. All right, we are going to recess until we are prepared.